Hello, Spin. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. And yes, you did get first, didn't you? Alright, continuing onwards with the No chapter.
そうよ。あんなの、嘘。嘘に決まってるでしょ。私たちを疑心暗鬼に陥らせて喧嘩させるための、セリカの見えすいた嘘。
Lies. Who's the one lying, and who's the one actually telling the truth?
第一、誰かと入れ替わるなんて、そんなことできるわけないじゃない。あんな妄想を信じろだなんて、どうかしてるわ。
Is it really just a delusion of hers?
タクル。
No sounded nervous.
タクルは、信じてくれるよね。
I mean, doesn't really matter if we do or not. It doesn't matter.
私を、信じてくれるよね。
No's right. I can't completely trust Sarika right now. There's a good chance that she really is trying to make us suspicious of each other. But was everything Sarika said really a lie?
タクル。
There was only one thing I could say for sure, and that was
信じていいのか。
that I wanted to believe in Nono.
本当に信じていいのか。
She said we were a family. She said we wouldn't have any more secrets, and I wanted to believe her from the bottom of my heart. I didn't want to go through that anymore. I didn't want to be betrayed by the people I cared about anymore.
分かった。僕はノノを信じたい。
I was probably saying that to myself, not to her. The real Kurusu Nono was already dead, and another girl, Minamisawa Senri, had taken her place. Sarika's words had come out of nowhere, and I couldn't believe them. And I had already said that I would believe Nono when she said she was telling me the truth. I wanted to believe, but
タクル、おかわりは？
いや、いい。
朝だってあんまり食べてなかったけど、ひょっとして調子悪い？
別に大丈夫だから。
そう。
I said I wanted to believe, but it just wouldn't be that easy for any human being. The more you want to believe, the more you try not to think about something, the more the tiny thorn in your heart digs deeper into you. I knew that was just what Sarika wanted, but that didn't mean there was anything I could do about it.
もしかしてタクルさんとノノさん喧嘩してます？
え？
あ、
昨日からなんだかよそよそしい感じがしたので。
のの姉ちゃんたち喧嘩してるの？
別にそんなことないわよ。ねえタクル。
ああ、喧嘩なんかしてない。
タクル兄ちゃん早く謝った方がいいよ。
だから喧嘩してないって言ってるだろ。仮にしていたとしてもなんで僕が原因ってことになるんだよ。
だってのの姉ちゃんが怒ってる時はだいたいそうだもん。
心配しないで言うと、別にタクルが何かしたわけじゃないから。
本当？
ほんと。それよりほら、ちゃんと人参も食べなきゃダメよ。
僕人参嫌い。
そんなこと言ってたら強い男の子になれないわよ。
Nono was bothered by it too, and it showed in the way she was acting. The doubts within me and Nono's unease had built up to the point where even Yamazoe could sense them. We had fallen right into Sarika's trap, and I knew for a fact that there was only one way to get out of this. It's not that I'm doubting her. I'm doing this because I believe in her, because I want to believe. That's what I told myself over and over again as I went to the meeting spot.
まったく、俺はいつの間にかすっかり便利屋になり下がってしまったようだな。
Shinjo-san's words were sarcastic when he saw me, but it made sense. I had been coming to him for everything lately.
本来外部の人間にこんなものを見せるのは感心できるこっちゃないんだがな。
すみません。
まあいいさ、今更だ。それよりこいつが頼まれていた例のブツだ。
Shinjo-san took out a large envelope and put it on the table.
見ていいですか？
そのために持ってきたんだろ？
ありがとうございます。
I could tell my hands were shaking as I reached for the envelope. If I wasn't suspicious, there was nothing to be afraid of. If I believed her, there was no reason to hesitate. But I still wasn't sure whether it was okay for me to look.
どうした？見ないのか？
いえ。
I opened the envelope and took out the documents inside.
そいつが渋谷地震で亡くなったとされる南沢千里の検視資料だ。
Shinjo-san whispered and looked around him as he spoke.
何せあの時は事態が事態だったからな。南沢千里に限らずいろいろと粉飾されてるデータも多くてな。一応渋谷地震の被害者のうち遺体の損傷が激しく身元がはっきりしないものに関しては残っている組織によって DNA 鑑定が行われた。当然南沢千里のものとされている遺体も火災による損壊が激しく組織の一部が DNA 鑑定に回されている。
じゃあその遺体は本当に？
それなんだがな。見てもらえばわかるが、南沢千里という少女は両親も地震によって命を落としている。そのせいで南沢千里の遺体に関してはその DNA 鑑定の結果を紹介する以前に当時親しかったとある人物の証言によって認定されたって話だ。
とある人物？
クルス・ノノだ。
In other words, Nono was the one who told the police that it was Minamisawa Senri's body. That was the only reason that anyone even believed she was dead in the first place.
クルス・ノノの証言のみによりその遺体は南沢千里と認定され遺族に引き渡されて葬られた。ここまではいいな。 よし。で、その下の封筒だが、そいつが当時の DNA の鑑定記録だ。鑑識課の知り合いに頭を下げて、ちょこっとその記録をつついてみた。おかげでラーメン一杯分だ。
あ、それくらいなら僕が。
おいおい、言ってみただけだ。子供に出させるほど俺も落ちぶれちゃいないよ。
Shinjo-san was laughing, but his salary probably wasn't that high. With payday coming up, it was probably a pretty big blow to him.
で、だ。俺の方で鑑定結果を照合してみたんだがな。結論を言えば、遺体の DNA は南沢千里の両親、父親、母親のどちらとも DNA 型が一致しなかった。つまり、
その遺体は南沢千里のものではない。
そういうことだ。
Slowly, slowly, everything Shinjo-san said began to sink in. The body that Kurusu Nono had claimed was Minamisawa Senri wasn't. But then why had Nono said that? Again, why does it matter? She's the only Nono you've known. It doesn't matter. Had she mistaken someone else for Minamisawa Senri? But how was that possible when they were supposed to be best friends? Had Sarika been telling the truth?
さあ、それじゃあ、南沢千里のものと思われた遺体は一体誰だったのか。だが、
He motioned for me to flip to the next page.
当時、身元不明で DNA 鑑定に回された遺体は348名。そのデータを詳しく検証してみた結果、それらの中からおそらく南沢千里と母子関係だと思われる極めて近い DNA を持つ遺体が見つかった。
母子関係。
In other words, it was the mother of the dead girl.
その人は
Shinjo-san took a sip of water to wet his throat. His next words were clear and unmistakable.
クルスユカ子。渋谷地震で圧死したクルスノノの母親だ。
Everything went black. I thought about what he was telling me over and over again. The corpse that allegedly belonged to Minamisawa Senri was actually genetically related to Kurusu Nono's mother, which meant
南沢千里のものと思われていた遺体はクルス・ノノのものだった。
I didn't even recognize my voice as I spoke.
それは間違いないことなんですか？
データは寡黙に、だが雄弁に物語っている。
南沢千里は親友が死んだことを悲しむどころか、これ幸いとあっけなく切り捨て、南沢千里として慰霊碑の下に葬った。そして自らは美しく明るく聡明で誰からも好かれるクルスノノとして第二の人生を謳歌していたんだよ。
Srika's voice echoed in my head. So she really was.
私を信じてくれるよね。
Why? What the hell? She told me to believe her. Why did she tell me to believe her?
おい、宮代君。ひどく顔色が悪いが、大丈夫か？
はい。
とりあえずこの結果についてだが、
それなんですが、どうするかは少しの間僕に預けてくれませんか？
そう言うだろうと思ったよ。
すみません。
まあいいさ。だがそのままにしておくわけにもいかない。いずれ時が来たらきちんと処置は取らせてもらうからな。
はい。
やれやれ、俺もとんだお人よしだな。
Shinjo-san kept talking after that, but I couldn't hear a single word he said. All I could sense was some dark thing sinking into the pit of my stomach. The lead weight in my stomach got heavier. There was a feeling inside me that I didn't recognize at all.
あ、おかえりタクル。どこへ行ってたの？
Nono was smiling at me like always, but I could tell that she was trying to judge my mood. That only upset me more. It was so obvious now what she was afraid of.
タクル？
Kurusu Nono. The person I always thought was Kurusu Nono. The girl I always thought of as my stepsister. But in reality, this girl is actually...
ねえタクル、どうかした？もしかして気分でも悪いの？
My ears started to ring as she spoke. Lumps of emotion collided and fought within me.
どうしたの？タクル兄ちゃん、病気？
お布団敷きましょうか。
いや、それより二人はちょっと外で遊んできてくれないか？
え、外ですか？
いいの？
ちょっとタクル、何言ってるの？この前セリカが来たばっかりじゃない。二人だけで行動させるなんて危険よ。
アパートの近くなら大丈夫だろう。その代わり何かあったら大声出すんだ。いいな。
うん、わかったよ。ウキ姉ちゃん、行こう。
あ、ちょっと。
We had been so insistent that they stay inside that they were probably eager for any chance to get out. They were gone before Nono could even finish her sentence.
ちょっとタクル、どういう…
お前に話があるんだよ、クルス。
Kurusu's expression tensed when she heard what I had called her. I had to say it. I had to ask. I had to know. If we were going to stay like this, if Kurusu was going to stay Kurusu, if we were going to be a family, it was best that I didn't ask. However...
ついさっき、新庄さんに会ってきた。
新庄さんに？どうして？
調べてもらったんだよ。南沢千里の死について。
I thought she would get angry or be surprised, but she listened to my words without changing her expression at all.
ここに DNA 鑑定の結果がある。南沢千里だと思われていた遺体の。
I tossed the brown envelope on the table, but Kurusu didn't move to pick it up. She just said 2 words.
そう。
That was all. Why did you do that? Why did you
Warrior
do that when you told me you
said,
believed me?
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I was expecting her to say that, but she didn't. Instead, I was the one who spoke.
どうして言い訳しないんだよ。どうして否定しないんだよ。
だってタクルの中でもう結論は出てるんでしょ。
だけど否定してくれよ。違うって言ってくれよ。それじゃ認めたみたいじゃないか。
Even if she denied it, it wouldn't change a thing. I would probably get mad that she was still lying. But even if I knew it didn't make sense, I still wanted her to say I was wrong. I wanted her to deny it. I still held on to a sliver of hope. I wanted to cling to the slightest chance that she had something that would make me think the DNA test was wrong. But instead, all she said was,
ごめん。
In other words, she admitted it. She admitted she wasn't really Kurusu no. I took my anger out on the table in front of me.
なんだよ。それ。なんなんだよそれ。どういうことなんだよ。
落ち着いてタクル。
これが落ち着いてなんていられるかよ。
お願い話を聞いて。
嘘だったんだな。最初から全部嘘だったんだ。家族だって言ったのも大切だって言ったのも。
タク
家族の間で隠し事はなし。よく言えたもんだな。自分は正体まで隠しておいてよくそんなこと言えたもんだよ。
ル。違うのタクル。
違う？何が違うんだよ。何が違うって言うんだよ。
私だって騙すつもりはなかったのよ。嘘をつくつもりなんてなかった。でもあなたと出会った時には私はもうクルス・ノノだったから。もう二度と南沢千里には戻りたくなかった。あなたたちに嫌われたくなかったから。だから
Kurusu was forcing the words out.
でも騙そうとしたんじゃない。本当はずっと苦しかった。私は本当はクルス・ノノじゃない。そう言いたかった。でもそれが分かったら今の生活が失われるって。明るくて誰からも好かれるクルス・ノノじゃなく、陰気で気味の悪い南沢千里だって分かったらタクルに嫌われるって。そう思うと怖くて本当のこと言えなかった。騙そうだなんてそんなこと、それだけは信じてほしい。
信じてほしい。
Those words shook me even more.
信じてほしいだって。
I had lost the ability to control myself. I had lost the ability to control what I was saying.
裏切ったのはそっちじゃないか。父さんや母さんの時だってそうだ。ずっと僕を騙して。もうあんなことは二度とない。そう言ったよな。それも嘘だったってことじゃないか。
それは
家族の間で隠し事はしない。そう言って自分は一番大事なことを隠して、それで信じろだって。信じられるわけないだろ。お前のことなんて今さら何も信じられるわけない。
タクル。
Kurusu's eyes were overflowing with tears, but I couldn't stop myself from speaking.
なんだよ。信じ合うのが家族とでも言いたいのか。だったら僕たちはもう家族じゃない。二度と家族面しないでくれ。
Takaru, I'm gonna whoop your ass. She was no the entire time you knew her. You never knew her as anything else. You are just being a little bitch right now. I let it all out. When I was done, there was nothing left but emptiness. But even after that, I still couldn't. I hate it whenever they make fake drama like this. It's just fucking annoying. It's like, there is no reason for him to be this mad at her. There is no reason. Okay, so yeah, her name isn't her real name. She isn't actually who she says it is, but she is who she has been the entire time he's known her. It's like, okay, you've always known her like this. You've never known the original. You never knew the other person. That doesn't matter. It just does not matter. It doesn't matter. Her tears, her words. I don't like this ending. I do not like this ending. I do not like this route. This route is just so fake. They all seemed like lies. And so,
なさい。
I watched as Kurusu turned and ran out of the room, but I didn't try to stop her. Smashing my fist into the table wasn't going to change anything. But I slammed my fist into it over and over again anyway.
なんだよこれ。なんだよ。なんでこんなことに。
Sarika had betrayed me. She had betrayed him. That did kind of suck. Kurusu, kind of, sort of, but not really. Everything I thought I had was true. Only because you're being a little bitch. It was laughing at me as if only because you're being a little bitch. I didn't know what to believe. Only because you just. I didn't have anything left to believe in. Sarika said she had committed all those murders for me, which that was bad. That was bad. Kurusu said she didn't want me to find out. Oh yeah, because she knew you were a little bitch. And you couldn't handle it.
なんだよ。それじゃ元を正せば全て僕のせいじゃないか。
I wished for a case that would shake the whole world. I wished for a family. That's why all this happened, right? No, Kurusu Nono became Kurusu Nono because she was trying to make sure her friend lived on. That had nothing to do with you. The world doesn't revolve around you, okay?
悪いのは僕だ。
It's my fault for being here. It's me who's making everyone. Well, right now, yeah, because you're being a little bitch. The victims of the return of the new Gen Madness. Ewing, Dad, Ito, Srika, Kurusu. It's all my fault. Maybe I should just go away and make, the two kids that are still left sad. Yeah, that's a good choice, bro. That's a good choice. Maybe I should just go and disappear forever.
頼むよ。誰でもいい。僕を消してくれ。この世から僕を消してくれ。頼むよ。聞いてるんだろ、尾上。それが僕の願いだ。だから。
I suddenly heard someone open the door and run into the room. Was it Sarika here to grant my wish?
タクル兄ちゃん、
今ナノさんが。
のの姉ちゃんと何かあったの？
タクルさん。
The two of them were looking at me, concerned, but I didn't have the energy to answer them. Kurusu didn't come back to the apartment that night. What am I doing? The rain had started to fall, and the next thing I knew, I had come here. I changed out of my wet clothes and into the old uniform I kept in the back of the dresser, and then looked around the room once more. They had closed the place down, but they hadn't changed the locks or put a chain on the door. The spare key was in its usual place. They should have just let us stay here for a while longer then. If they did, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I desperately tried to drive the thoughts from my mind once more. Anyway, thanks to the key, I had made it inside easily. I knew it was wrong, but I had come here anyway. I had too many memories here. I needed to come here to say goodbye to my past. All the furniture was still here too. It was much the same as when we had lived here. But since there was no one to clean it, dust had built up on the shelves, tables, and floors. I softly ran my hand along the desk, and a streak of brown appeared under a thin layer of white. Who would have thought it would get so dusty if no one was here for such a short time? The day we left, it had felt like we were never coming back, and I had been terribly sad.
ただいま。
I whispered softly. Of course, no one answered. The place was empty, but still, this was where everything I had was kept. Everything I had as Kurusu no. Another question I have that I'm really hoping they answer is, can she even actively switch between people? Or was that a one-time thing? That's something I'm curious about, because if she can't even switch back to being Minamisawa, I mean, that's not even on her at that point, especially. Now, if she could switch back to Minamisawa, I mean, I could see it being a little bit her fault, because she should have switched back to being herself once the whole everything sort of settled, you know, but I don't know. I don't even know if she can switch back. I mean, her wish was granted, right? And she was changed into Kurusu no. That doesn't mean that she can't change back. I hated myself, the person named Minamisawa Senri. I had always been alone ever since I was a kid. At recess time in daycare, everyone would go out to the playground and play on the swings and slide, but I liked to stay indoors and read books. No, I didn't actually like it. I just pretended I did so I wouldn't have to interact with other people. Even at a young age, I already thought that any interactions with other people would just bring me pain and sorrow. That didn't change in elementary school, and instead of changing, my introverted personality only got worse. Now, after having lived as Kurusu no for years, I knew if a person tries to stay in their shell, no one will ever try to get close to them. Why would they? They have lots of other, more fun things to do. They have lots of other, more fun friends to spend time with. That's why I was always alone. But that didn't mean I was bullied. For as long as I could remember, I had always been worried about what other people thought of me. I was good at avoiding becoming a target. I tried my best not to stand out. I tried my best not to make anyone mad. That was my life. But I still hated myself. I hated the girl named Minamisawa Senri. One day, I talked to my mom about how I felt.
お母さん、私もっとみんなと仲良くなれるようになりたい。友達がたくさんできる。そんな性格になりたい。
Thinking back, that was my first mistake. That was when all my own personal hell began. Mom took me to a lab. She told me if I went there, they would fix my shy personality. It was a lab that was affiliated with the pharmaceutical firm that my dad worked for, and had deep ties to the weird cult that my mom believed in. At first, it was just a simple psychological test. All the doctors there were nice. When the tests finished, they gave me candy. I started to look forward to going there. I was a child. I was a fool. At first, Dad was opposed to me going there, but after a while, he almost never came home anymore. Mom said he was busy with work, and then the experiments began to get more serious. They would force my eyes to stay open as they showed me all kinds of weird images. They made me listen to this weird, creepy static for hours. Hot things, cold things, sour things, spicy things, nasty things, nasty things, nasty things, painful 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 things. Again and again and again. They put weird machines on my head. They gave me drugs. They gave me dozens of shots in my arms. When my left arm turned purple, they would use the right. When the right arm turned purple, they would use the left. Again. No matter how much I cried and screamed, no matter how much I said I didn't want to go, Mom told me it was my task in life to go there and be experimented on. What they were doing there was special. I was chosen, so I couldn't tell anyone else. That's what she said. Mom wouldn't listen, no matter what I said. But Dad, maybe Dad would. I longed to meet my father. And then one day I saw him in the middle of an experiment. When I finally saw my father again, he was like a different person. Not the way he looked, the way he felt. Before, he had been so opposed to me going to that faculty, but now he said the experiments were for my own good. I was a small child with nothing left to believe in. The drugs ruined my skin. My hair would fall out sometimes too. I'd lost the few friends I had had. Then one day, the scientists were all very happy with the results of the experiment. Dad was happy too. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. Then the experiments got even worse. They gave me shots. My whole body hurt. I thought I might die. I fought back. They tied me to a chair. They put a weird device in my mouth. I couldn't even say it hurt anymore. And then I thought I saw someone looking at me from the door.
助けて。誰か見てるならお願い。助けて。お願い。
But there was no one here, no one to hear my voice. No one came to save me. I fell into despair. Despair at the past, despair at the present, despair at the future. There was no hope there, only pain and suffering.
生きるのがこんなに辛いなら私はもう生きていたくなんてない。
I truly wished for death. And then it happened. She spoke to me for the first time.
大丈夫？え？顔色悪いよ。保健室行く？どうしたの？
うん、大丈夫。本当？うん。あ、私クルスノノ。あなたは？南沢千里。千里だね。よろしく。よろしく、クルスさん。ノノでいいよ。みんなそう呼んでるし。ノノ？
She was the single ray of light in my dark life. Nono-chan was always cheerful and smiling. She was nice to everyone. There was always a circle of people around her. I couldn't bring myself to try and join that circle. I just had to sit there and watch. But whenever I did,
千里ちゃんもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
she would shout to me. I could see the people around her frown. Nono-chan must have known too. Some of them would just walk away when I went to join the group.
いいよ、そういう人は放っておけば。だって私たちお友達でしょ。
友達？私とノノちゃんが？
千里ちゃんはそう思ってくれないの？
そうじゃないけど、私でいいの？
何言ってるの、当たり前じゃない。
Of course I could. Those words made me so happy. They kept me going. They saved me. Nono-chan was cute and popular with the boys. Kawahara-kun and the other boys would gather around her. They were all after Nono-chan. I knew they didn't like me. Sometimes they would say that the only reason I existed was to make her look better. But I didn't care. I knew Nono-chan didn't think that way. One day, Nono-chan asked me a question.
千里ちゃんはいつも早く帰って何してるの？
I had no idea what to say. By that time, they were doing the experiments on weekdays too. I was going to a weird place where they did creepy experiments. Mom had told me not to tell anyone, but if I told her, she might think I was weird. But maybe I could tell her.
うちってね、お母さんしかいないの。だから休みの日はいつもお手伝いばっかりなんだ。
I was surprised. Nono-chan had always seemed so happy. I didn't know she had any problems at all.
もしかして千里ちゃんも同じ？
Maybe Nono-chan felt bad for me. When I thought about that, I couldn't tell her the truth. And it made me feel a little better to think that I wasn't the only one suffering. And then I started to hate myself. Nono-chan was honestly worried about me, so how could I feel that way? But still, I was jealous of Nono-chan. She was cheerful, pretty, smart, and everyone liked her. I looked up to her more with each passing day. I started to wish that I could become Nono-chan, but that was never going to happen. And the more I started to feel that way, the worse the experiments got. I never told anyone, but somehow word started to go around that I was going to some weird lab. My skin dried and cracked. My hair fell out. Eventually, I stopped being able to move my legs like I wanted to. And then came the day of November 6th, 2009. I was undergoing another painful experiment that day. On my way back, I became very dizzy and collapsed. I thought it was a side effect of the drugs they had just given me, but it wasn't. Everyone on the streets of Shibuya had fallen over and was crawling on the ground like me. The buildings collapsed, the trees on the side of the road fell over, cars and trucks lost control and collided. The whole city turned into hell in an instant. I didn't know what had happened. The experiments had caused my legs to shrivel up, and I couldn't walk right. Someone in the fleeing crowd pushed me over, and I had to drag my wounded body home. Mom was dead. It had happened so fast. She had that same self-satisfied smile on her face that she always had. This is for your sake. This is a sign of your faith. Those were the words she had always said when she had made me suffer. And now she was gone from the world without suffering at all. I felt a feeling that I had never felt before. It wasn't sorrow or loss. A while later, someone came from the faculty to tell me that Dad had died as well. He had been unlucky enough to be in Shibuya for a meeting during the earthquake. I still didn't feel sad. At the same time, the people from the faculty told me to evacuate to the hospital. They had been showing me these strange pictures and said that they had seen some kind of symptoms develop. They didn't want to lose a valuable guinea pig. Even with all that going on, I could tell what they were thinking. Mom was dead. Dad was dead. Did I still have to undergo more experiments? Did I still have to suffer? There was nothing left to tie me down anymore. I smacked away the big hand that reached out for me and ran. I kept running, not even knowing where I was going. I still don't know how I ran on those weak legs, but somehow I found the strength. I didn't want to go back to that lab. Ever. That was enough to keep me going. And after I turned down many corners and scrambled over a bunch of rubble, I found her. Even buried in the rubble, she was beautiful.
センリちゃん。
ののちゃん、大丈夫？今助けてあげるからね。
I couldn't just let her die. Nono-chan was my best friend, and more than anything, she was the person I wished I could be. If she died here, I would have nothing left to live for. I desperately tried to move the rubble off her and save her. But I was too weak. That's right, there was nothing I could do. I didn't want to abandon her, but there was just nothing I could do.
痛い。痛いよ。センリちゃん。
As more time passed, blood started to trickle out through the rubble, and her voice began to get smaller.
お母さん。お母さんは
I looked around and saw a grown-up's feet poking out from under the rubble behind her. They seemed like a woman's feet.
お母さんなら無事よ。よかった。だからののちゃんも
センリちゃん。
Nono-chan grabbed my arm. Her hand was surprisingly cold.
いや、
くない。死にたくないよ。ののちゃん、ごめんね。お母さん、私もう。
Tears poured down her face as she slowly closed her eyes.
ののちゃん、
The strength left her hand.
ののちゃん、あ、ののちゃん、ののちゃん。
No matter how much I cried, no matter how hard I hit her cheek, she wouldn't move anymore. I cried. Nono-chan's death meant the death of the person I looked up to. It meant the death of my hope. It may as well have meant my own death.
ののちゃん、私ののちゃんになりたかった。
Even in death, she was pretty. But what about me? My hair was a mess. My face was covered with soot. I must have cut my face somewhere, too.
どうせ死ぬなら私が死ねばよかったんだ。ののちゃんの代わりに私が死んでしまえばよかったんだ。
And then I saw something strange. It was like the wings of a huge bird soaring through the skies, or the hands of a holy mother coupled in prayer. Organic, yet inorganic. I was so entranced by it that I didn't even realize that someone had come up to me. Did you see a little girl around here? She was about your age, looks kind of gloomy. It was one of the men who had come to take me to the lab. When I didn't say anything, he sighed and walked off. It didn't make sense. Weren't they looking for me? I gasped in surprise at something I saw in the corner of my eye. It was a piece of glass embedded in the wall of a collapsed building. I could see Nono-chan reflected in the pieces, but Nono-chan was right at my feet. The Nono-chan in the glass was looking at me in surprise. I took a step closer, and so did the girl in the glass. I tilted my head, and so did Nono-chan.
嘘。
I had turned into Nono-chan. I looked around for something else that would show my reflection. I picked Nono-chan's phone off the ground and used it to take a picture of myself. I was Nono-chan. I couldn't believe it, but that was reality.
私がののちゃん。
What had happened? Did it have something to do with that headache? Or that weird sword I had seen? Maybe it was because of those awful experiments, but it didn't matter.
このままののちゃんになれば。
If I could just become Nono-chan, I wouldn't have to do any more experiments ever again. I would be free of the chains of pain, sorrow, and loneliness that bound Minamisawa Senri. I could spread my wings as Kurusu Nono and fly off into a beautiful blue sky. Flames were already spreading from the collapsed building.
ののちゃん。ごめんね。
I apologized again and again as I dragged Nono-chan's body out of the rubble and put it in the fire. The smell of burning hair and flesh stung my nostrils, and it was only then that I realized what I was doing. I quickly tried to grab her body and pull her out, but it was too late. Soon her body had turned to black ash, and I passed out. When I woke up at the hospital, a new life as Kurusu Nono awaited me. All my classmates, including Kawahara-kun, came to visit me. They were nicer to me than they had ever been to Minamisawa Senri. Fortunately, nobody questioned if I was really Kurusu Nono. Nono-chan had been buried at Minamisawa Senri, based on what I had told the police. Even in that unprecedented disaster, I still thought they might get more suspicious. I was astonished at how easy it was. For a while afterward, I felt guilty at how worried everyone was about me. I was terrified they would find out. My personality, in particular, wasn't something I could quickly change. I'm sure a lot of things I said struck people as wrong. But time was on my side. Everyone simply decided that I was traumatized by the loss of my mother and friend, and were actually even nicer to me. And at some point, I got used to pretending to be Kurusu Nono. I mastered the role and stopped feeling guilty. Soon I really was Kurusu Nono. That was about the first time I saw the boy in a coma named Miyashiro Takeru. After that, I was taken in by Aoba dorm. Then Yui and Yuto came. Takeru came too, still in his coma. I took care of him every day. I nursed him back to health. We fought. Not long after, we opened up to one another. And we became a family. Takeru left the dorm. We became a family again. We stopped being a family, and in the end, I stopped being Kurusu Nono. I was back to... So she can change back? Does she actually look like Minamisawa? Can she change back? The girl who lied to her family for years. But...
じゃあ私はどうすればよかったの？
Was I supposed to go back to that lab as Minamisawa Senri, be experimented on as a gigalomaniac? I spent my entire life suffering in that dark, damp building, without anyone ever loving me, and die as a guinea pig with no happy memories, no warmth at all. Was that what I was supposed to do?
だったら私は何のために生まれてきたの？
I wanted to live. I wanted to be happy. That was all.
私だって分かってたよ。
I knew that it was all a lie. All the smiles, all the kindness, all the friendship, they were all for Nono-chan. They weren't for me. They weren't for Minamisawa. That's not true. The people who only knew you after you became Nono, they liked you for you. Takeru's voice echoed in my mind.
嘘だったんだな。最初から全部嘘だったんだ。家族だって言ったのも。信じられるわけないだろ。今さら何も信じられるわけない。
If he knew the real me, if he knew Minamisawa Senri, would he accept me?
ねえタクル、私はどうすればいいの？これからどうすればいいのかな？
What could I do now? What was important to me?
私は
I took a bite out of a simple meal of margarine and toast. There was nothing else. There wasn't the usual meal of crisp lettuce, or juicy tomatoes, or tasty hot dogs, or eggs cooked just the way we liked them. Just plain toast and milk. Yuto was ignoring the toast before him and watching me carefully. He timidly opened his mouth.
ねえタクル兄ちゃん
I knew what he was going to say before he said it.
のの姉ちゃんどこ行っちゃったの
He had asked me that many times over the last day.
だから友達のところに泊まりに行ったって。
嘘だよ
Yuto cut me off before I could finish.
そんなの嘘だよのの姉ちゃんが僕たちに何も言わずに友達のところに泊まりに行くなんてそんなの嘘だ
ゆうとくん
I didn't expect them to believe it either, but I wasn't sure if I could tell them the truth. Even if I did, they wouldn't believe it. How could I expect them to believe that she was actually a girl named Minamisawa Senri who had taken Kurusu Nono's place using something called Gigalomaniac powers? It was much better not to tell them the truth.
知らせずにいた方が。
That's right. There was nothing I could do. If the truth wasn't going to make anyone happy, it was better not to tell them. No secrets. That was just a means to an end. I knew that, but I still couldn't accept it. As a family, we had nothing strong to bind us together. We were just a group of people living under the same roof. That promise had been a symbol of what bound us as a family. That was all. That's why I didn't want to accept it. I didn't want to accept that she had lied to me.
ねえタクル兄ちゃんどうして嘘つくの
That's right. I was lying to Yuto and Yamazawa. Did I have the right to criticize Nono? To criticize Minamisawa Senri? Did I have the right to live with them as a family?
タクル兄ちゃんってば
うるさいな。クルスは友達のところに泊まりに行ったって言ってるだろ。
I stood up and headed for the door.
タクルさんどこへ
タクル兄ちゃん
I shut the front door as if to block off his cries. Outside, it looked like it was about to rain. Of course, I hadn't brought an umbrella, and even if I did, I wouldn't feel like using it. What was Kurusu doing? Was she keeping out of the rain? I laughed a little. She was always the one who told me to take an umbrella when I went out. I don't think I came here because I thought Kurusu would be here, but maybe, just maybe, a part of me did. I was the one who had told her that we weren't a family, but maybe I came here anyway, because I was seeking some small piece of what we had before. Kurusu wasn't here, but there were still signs of her warmth. Her room hadn't changed a bit since the first time I had come to the dorm. There were just a few more things in it. Kurusu never spent any money on herself. Of course, part of the reason was that we didn't have any money, but even when we did, she would use it on me, Yui, Yuto, or Dad. Lately, I had told her to get herself some nice jewelry or something, and she had said she didn't need it.
私はクルスノノ。ノノって呼んで。よろしく、タクル。なに、どうしたの？返事は？
慣れ慣れしくしないでくれよ。僕たちは会ったばかりだろ。会ったばかりの相手を呼び捨てに、それも名前で呼び捨てにするなんて、それじゃまるでドキュンみたいじゃないか。は
あ、まったく。あなた、友達いないでしょ。そういう考え方してたら友達なんてできないわよ。
大きなお世話だ。僕は別に友達なんて。
それから慣れ慣れしいじゃなくて親しくよ。私たちは今日から家族なの。だから親しくして当然でしょ。タクル？
なんでさっきからずっと見てるんだよ。そこで黙って見てるくらいなら手伝ってくれてもいいだろ。それとも楽しいのか。着替えすら一人でできないのを見てて笑ってるんだろ。落とした服も拾えなくておかしいんだろ。くそ、僕だってあんなことが起きる前にはこれくらい普通にできたんだよ。それなのになんでできないんだよ。なんでだよ。
気は済んだ。私だって手伝ってあげたい。だけど父さんも言ってたでしょ。日常のことから少しずつできるようにならなきゃって。今は辛いだろうけど、今頑張ることがきっと未来のあなたにつながるわ。だからね、もう一回やろう。
でも
大丈夫、私がずっとついててあげるから。使えるようになったじゃない。
分かったから話せって。喉に詰まっちゃうだろ。
ああ、ごめん。でも嬉しくて。
たかが自力でご飯食べたくらいで大げさなんだよ、ノノは。
大げさなんかじゃない。だって私知ってるもの。あなたがこれまでどれだけリハビリ頑張ってきたか。おめでとうタクル。よく頑張ったわね。
ほら、お前らちゃんと並べ。
この辺りで大丈夫かな。
おう、ユウトはもうちょっと内側に入れ。
お父さんはこの空いてるスペースに入ってね。
よし、それじゃあ行くぞ。
ちょっと待って。
どうしたタクル？
僕のスマホでもいいかな、1枚。
ああ、早くしろ。
ここを押せばタイマーが作動するから。
どこだ？
ねえ、まだ撮らないの？友達との約束に遅れちゃうよ。
ああ、いいよ、僕がやるから。父さんはそっちに。
おう。
取られちゃったね。
タイガー、ああいう新しい機械はどうもな。
それじゃあ行くぞ。
赤いの点滅し始めたよ。タクル、早く早く。
分かってるって。
ほら、みんな割れ。
チーズ。
We really were a family. We may not have been related by blood, but as long as we were together, no matter what anyone said, we were a family.
いい？私たちの間では隠し事はしないこと。血はつながっていないけど、私たちは本当の家族以上に家族なんだから。
She used to say that all the time. What had she been thinking when she said those words? Then I saw what looked like a tiny piece of paper under the bed. I reached my hand under and picked it out. It was a picture. There were 2 girls and a boy. The boy was Kawahara-kun. Kurusu Nono was in the middle, smiling. And off to the side was another girl. Her face was scribbled out. It was the girl we had seen in the lab. It was the girl who had begged us for help. If every day was like that for her. I couldn't bear to stay in Kurusu's room anymore, so I left. I went outside, but stopped when I heard someone below the stairs. I thought it might be Kurusu, but it wasn't.
Miyashiro!
Kawahara-kun saw me. His face tensed up as he approached.
Kawahara-kun? どうしてここ?
He suddenly grabbed me by the collar and slammed me into the wall.
いきなり何よ?
どういうことだ?
どういう?
とぼけるな。クルスがいなくなったってのはどういうことだって聞いてるんだ。
どうしてそれを?
さっきお前の家に。そんなことはどうだっていい。それよりクルスはどこへ行ったんだ?
He had probably gone to the apartment and gotten out of Yuto or Yamazoe. I was worried that he might have scared Yuto, but he pulled tighter on my collar and I couldn't speak.
宮代、お前この前俺が言ったことを覚えてるよな。今度クルスに何かあったらただじゃおかない。そう言ったよな。忘れたとは言わせねえぞ。
He did say that. But
川原君には関係ないだろう。
なんだと？
これは僕たち家族の問題だ。君には関係
えい。
his fist hit my face several times before I could finish my sentence.
ふざけんな！
I was terrified when I saw how bloodshot his eyes were.
何が家族だ？関係ない。俺に言わせりゃ関係ないのはお前の方だ。
This time he kicked me, and I fell backward into a puddle of water. Another sharp kick landed as I tried to stagger back to my feet. It hit me in the solar plexus and knocked all the air out of my
お
lungs.
前なんかより、お前よりも俺の方がクリスとの時間はずっと長いんだよ。それ
Stream
を
element.
後から来て気
Set.
を引くような真似しや
Stream
がって。
most my friends hydrate.
お前みたいなやつと家族笑わせんな。クリスはな、道場でしょうがなしにお前のことを弟だって言ってただけなんだよ。それを調子に乗りやがって、何が関係ないだ。
His fist cut through the air and smashed into my cheek again. I smelled something strange in the back of my nose as the flesh from my cheek dug into my face. I didn't care if he was hitting me. No, I was the cause of the return of the new Jin madness, and I had hurt Kurusu Minamisawa in a fit of rage. Maybe I deserved it. But even so, it still pissed me off that I couldn't fight back.
何がおかしい？
別に。
ただ、なんだよ。言えよ。
Just like I thought, the slightest provocation set him off. It was just a sign of how stupid he was.
ほらどうした？言わないならまた。
わかった。そこまで聞きたいなら教えてやれよ。
Each time I spoke, I tasted something metallic in my mouth, but I kept speaking anyway.
クルスはな、お前のことなんてなんとも思っちゃいない。
何？
いや、むしろ嫌いなんじゃないか。
なんだよそれ。クルスがそう言ってたのか？
いや、でもバカ。
んだよそれ。根拠もないくせに嘘ばっか言いやがって。仕返しのつもりかよ。
My chest, my sides, my back.
根拠ならある。
ああ、だったら言ってみろよ。
It must have bothered him because once I started to talk, he stopped hitting me. He was a small man.
お前は南沢千里のこと嫌ってただろ。
南沢？当たり前だろ。あんな気持ち悪いやつ誰だって嫌がる。それがどうした？
それも全部あいつには分かってた。そんなやつにあいつが心を許すわけないだろう。お情けで付き合ってもらってたのはお前の方だよ。
てめえ！誰がお情けだよ！適当なこと言いやがって！
At this point, I was basically a punching bag. It felt like burning irons were being pressed all over my body. My sense of balance was thrown off, and the pain kept me from thinking. Everything stopped seeming real. I started losing the ability to think clearly. Maybe it would be better if I just... Kawahara-kun spat on my cheek, but the rain washed it away. I forced myself to stand through the pain.
こいつまだ。
どうした？僕はまだ生きてる。そう。どうせなら殺してくれよ。
何？
ほら、僕が憎いんだろ。ムカつくんだろ。だったら殺せばいいじゃないか。ほら、僕は抵抗なんてしない。
That's right. This is all my fault. What happened with Sarika? What happened with the murders?
殺せよ。ほら、やってみろよ。
And what happened with Kurusu? So,
殺してくれよ。
なんなんだよ、いきなり。どうかしてるよ、お前。
a strange, nervous smile formed on his face as I approached him, and then he turned around and fled into the pouring rain. After I couldn't see him anymore, I fell to my knees on the ground. I spit up a hunk of blood, and then let the rain fall down from the dull, gray, silent sky.
どうして？
Why didn't he kill me? I never should have been born in the first place. If I hadn't, then none of this would ever have happened. Yui and Dad would still be alive. Sarika wouldn't have hurt anyone. And she would have been able to start her new life as Kurusu no. If it wasn't for me.
わかった。あなたのその望み、叶えてあげる。
I felt something freezing cold and sharp on my neck. I didn't have to turn around and to see who it was.
尾上。
タク。
Onoe was behind me, smiling happily as she put the blade up to my neck.
やっと言ってくれたね。タクの本当の望み。
尾上。いつからそこに？
ずっといたよ。私はタクと一緒だもん。子供の頃からそうだったでしょ。いつだってずっと一緒。ずーっとタクのそばにいて、タクがどうしてほしいのかを知る。そのためだけに生まれてきたんだもん。
Oh, so that's it. I finally understood. I now knew who Onoe Sarika really was. She was a part of me in the truest sense of the word.
この絵僕は
大丈夫だよ。何も言わなくても私には分かってる。
Slowly, her blade moved just an inch. I could feel a warm drop of liquid run down my neck.
それじゃあ行くね。
This is for the best. This is. I slowly closed my eyes.
さよなら、タク。
The air shook a little, and there was the sound of something cutting through it. Without even feeling any pain, cold drops of rain were hitting my neck.
お前
I opened my eyes and saw. Okay, so she can change back. Okay, so she can change back. So can she change into any form she wants? Is that actually her ability? Like she could just shapeshift like that blue skin girl from X-Men or something? Okay, then in that case, no, I still don't blame her. She was living her, she was keeping Nono alive. She was making so many people happy. No, I don't blame her at all.
ミサ千里
No, it's
タクル。
nope. I don't blame
ク
her
ル
at
ス
all.
モノいや南沢千里
お前どうしてそれにその姿
もう偽るのはやめたの。これが私の南沢千里の本当の姿。もしもこれで全てを失うことになったとしても、もう嘘はつきたくないから。家族に隠し事はしたくないから。だからたとえこの姿であなたに嫌われたとしても、私は本当の私でいることに決めたの。
Nono stood in front of me with her key sword in her hand.
南沢千里今さら何をしに来た。
あなたなら聞かなくても分かってるんでしょ。あなたの手からタクルを守りによ。
その醜く無様な姿で
そうよ。これが偽らざる私の姿だから。
そうか面白い。でも邪魔をするな。お前の出番はもう終わった。
Nono flinched back in fear as the blade sliced through the raindrops. Her expression twisted in pain. It was only then that I saw the blood and the cut on her shoulder.
まだその名前で呼んでくれるんだ。
そんなことより肩
さっきちょっとかすっちゃったみたい。でもこのくらい。
何が 用するなと言っているこの偽物が。
私はもうクルス殿の偽物なんかじゃない。私は南沢千里、本物の南沢千里よ。
It was a type of resolve. You could call it determination. The determination to abandon the life she had lived for years and be reborn anew.
そんなことどっちだっていい。私は宮代拓の望みを叶えてあげるだけ。だからお前は邪魔なんだよ。
拓の望み。
そうだ、宮代拓は自分なんていなければいいと思った。消してくれと思った。だから私がその望みを叶えてやる。なぜならそれが私、尾上セリカの存在する理由だから。だからそこをどけ。
そんなのダメよ。私が許さない。
Sarika's sword was designed to attack, but Nono's D-sword was heavy, and as hurt as she was, it seemed hard for her to use. Nono wasn't Nono anymore anyway. She was Minamisawa Senrin. She was feeling the pain from all the terrible experiments she had suffered over the years. Sarika's attack slowly started to push Nono back.
邪魔をするな。
タクルは私の弟よ。あなたに殺させなんかしない。
Nono.
そんなの。お前こそ家族を壊した元凶だろうが。
それでも私は。
どけ
The blade shook like thunder. A swirl of wind appeared around Sarika's feet.
どけって言ってるんだよ。
The fierce blow knocked Nono to her knees. Her tiny, thin neck was defenseless and exposed.
死ねよお前。
A cold voice and a white flash.
尾上。
I directed the weapon I had pulled from the sea of chaos at her, feeling its heft in my hand.
タク、どうして。死にたいって言ったのはタクだよ。
ああ、言った。
じゃあどうしてその女をかばうの。そいつはタクを騙してたんだよ。
ああ、そうだな。
だったら。
でも。
Maybe it wouldn't be that easy to forgive her for lying to me. But everything she had done for us, she had done as a part of our family, not as Kurusu Nono or Minamisawa Senri. She had given us her love, and it was real love. It really didn't matter what. Thank you for finding. I mean, of course, we had to have all that fucking drama, but yeah, exactly. It didn't matter what her name was, where she was born, or what she even looked like. What I truly wished for was to once more.
そうか。それが宮代拓の望み。だったら。
Sarika looked up and smiled, and then readied her weapon.
その望みごと葬ってやる。
The D sword became a hurricane of light as she attacked me.
タクル。
大丈夫。
It was one thing to say that, but I was still reeling from the pain from where Kawahara-kun had hit me, and just knocking back Sarika's attacks was enough to make my body scream.
どうした？偉そうなこと言ってその程度か。
Shining beams collided, scattering rainbows everywhere. Sword and sword collided like two magnets drawn to each other. My lungs hurt like they were on fire. Sarika found a hole in my defenses and attacked. Her D-sword knocked mine upward and threw me off balance. The glowing weapon went straight for my exposed neck. I put my hand up to protect my throat. The inside of my left wrist was torn open. I felt the heat before I felt the pain. The warm rain fell down and spread the blood into a puddle at my feet. I clenched my teeth hard to keep from passing out, then tried to judge the distance between us again.
どうした？やられる一方だぞ。そんなことで。
The fierce blades struck again. I just barely managed to move out of the way in time. At this rate, she would kill me. Like Sarika said, if I didn't attack her, this was only going to end one way. But the pain, exhaustion, rain, and sweat were already blurring my vision. My strength was at its limits. If I could just land one hit.
どうタク？楽しい？楽しいよね。私はすっごく楽しい。
I blocked her attack with the blade of my sword and threw her off balance, just a little. The air of self-satisfaction vanished from her face and was replaced by fear. I didn't miss my chance. What I wished for, what I truly wished for was not destruction, but instead a future with Minamisawa. That's right, that was my wish. I put all of my strength and all of my wishes into a single swing of my blade. Sarika raised her weapon right in front of me. A bluff? Was it a trap? No. If she counters now, there's no way I can. I saw her smile. And then she fell to the ground. I could feel the sensation in my hands.
セリ
Red blood spread silently on the asphalt. Sarika knew what I was going to do. If she wanted to kill me, she could have. So why?
タク、楽
しかった
尾上。
よね。私はタクが望む世界を見せてあげたい。それだけ。
尾上。
私はタクが望んで生まれた存在。でも今タクがそばにいてほしいのは私じゃない。
Sarika smiled at Nono, faintly.
タクのことよろしくね。
セリカ。
ごめん、尾上。僕のせいでこんな。
ねえタク、一つだけお願い。
僕にできることなら。
私を終わらせて。それができるのはタクだけだから。
タクル。
Just like she asked, I took my D-sword and pointed it at her body. However,
どうしたの？
ダメだ。できない。僕にはそんなこと。
しょうがないな、タクは。
she smiled happily and grabbed the blade with a shaking hand. And then,
バイバイタク。
the D-sword went through her body without a sound.
尾野。
The girl I had created, the girl who had always supported me, the girl who had always been by my side, was surrounded by a cocoon of light, which then vanished into thin air. The veil of rain that had covered the sky had vanished, leaving behind a stench on the asphalt. I looked up at the crystal clear blue sky and saw a rainbow in the heavens. I could hear the crunching sound of footsteps on gravel going further into the distance.
ノノ。
見ないで。
I was about to turn around, but stopped when I heard the rejection in her voice.
ごめんね、タクル。もう二度とあなたの前に姿を現したりしないから。でもね、これだけは信じてほしいの。確かに私は嘘をついていたけれど、あなたたちのことを大切な家族だって思ってた。お願いよ、信じてくれる？
尾野。
私はもうクルス・ノノじゃない。
The footsteps started again. Nono was leaving. I would never see her again.
今までありがとう。さようなら。
I turned around and saw a small girl. She was facing away from me. It was the first time I had seen her, even though I had seen her 1,000 times before.
ノノ。
I ran after her and grabbed her hand and forced her to look at me.
いや、やめて。
どうして？
って私はののちゃんじゃない。こんな醜い顔タクルには見せたくない。
I held her close as she squirmed and tried to look away.
ごめん僕。
タクル。
僕は間違ってた。お前がクルスノノか南沢千里かなんて関係なかった。どうだってよかったんだ。
Senri looked up at me in surprise, and for the first time I could see her face. It was different than Nono's. It didn't have her bright charm or her bold features, but even so,
だってお前が僕の家族で僕にとって大事な人だってことには何も変わりはないんだから。
タク。
tears fell from Senri's eyes. Memories came flooding back to me.
そうだよ。いつも僕を見てくれていたのはこの瞳だったんだ。動けない僕を献身的に看病してくれたのも、辛く苦しいリハビリに時には励まし時には叱咤してくれたのも、僕のしでかすバカなことに本気で怒って本気で笑って、そして本気で泣いてくれたのも、いつだってそばで見守ってくれていたのはこの瞳だ。いつだって差し伸べてくれたのはこの小さな手だった。全部お前だった。確かにお前は嘘をついてた。クルス・ノノじゃなかったかもしれないけど、僕を絶望の闇から救ってくれたのは本物のクルス・ノノじゃない、南沢千里、お前だった。
That was the truth, and that was why.
私を許してくれるの？
I nodded silently.
クルス・ノノじゃなくても？
言っただろ、お前が僕の恩人で家族だってことは変わらない。
タク。
I held her tightly so that she would never go anywhere again. And then
千里、
I said her name, her real name.
何？
おかえり。
ただいま。
Humans are temporal beings. I think it was a philosopher named Heidegger who said that. Martin Heidegger, a German philosopher who was born in 1889 and died in 1976. A critic of metaphysics who used phenomenology to support his theory of ontology. He defines time, the past, present, and future, as three equal, continuous, and infinite constructs. His theory states that the present is the principal axis upon which the past and future are decided, and time is created. That was 67. So now I'm only missing 107 and 116. Only missing 2 more. Time moves from the past to the future, and time is what rules over human lives. In that process, the past is lost, and new things are born. And as per that process, even the return of the new generation madness gradually began to fade from people's memories. The girl named Onoe Sarika, who was a person of interest in the case, had vanished, and without any firm evidence, it was impossible to know if she ever existed at all. The case came to an end without a satisfactory answer, and the four of us still lived in that cheap apartment.
ほらユウト、早く準備しないと遅れるわよ。ちょっと待ってよ、この番組終わったらやるから。そうやってテレビばっかり見て、ウキちゃんはもう準備できてるって。行ってきます。
Hmm.
待って、僕も行くよ。行ってらっしゃい。行ってきます。
Mornings were always busy like this.
たく、あんまりうるさくしてると。
The pounding on the wall was another thing we had gotten used to.
また後でうるさく言われるな。
しょうがないわね。また夜にクッキーでも焼いてお裾分けしとくわ。
頼むよ。どうした？
まさかこんな日が来るとは思ってなかったな。
Kurusu Nono becoming Minamisawa Senri had created no end of problems. Of course, Yuto and Yamazoe weren't sure how to handle it all. Her name and appearance were totally... Well, just show them. Show them you have magical powers that can transform. They're kids. They know about magical girls. Just show them. Look at me. I am Nono. Oh, look at me. I am... I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, if anything, Takeru can still use his telekinetic powers, right? He can show them he has powers. I knew it would be impossible for them to think of her as the same person. But inside, she was the same. She had gone back to looking like Minamisawa Senri, sure. But she was still Kurusu Nono, the cheerful, helpful girl who had kept the household running. After a few days of living with her, both of them got used to the idea that Minamisawa Senri was their big sister. Of course, they were family. We couldn't tell everyone else that Kurusu Nono, but yeah, that would be a bit hard to explain. I mean, you could explain it to the kids and show them the powers, but it probably wouldn't be a good idea to show the world that she has superpowers like that. Probably not a good idea. So it ended up that Kurusu went to live with some very distant relatives, just as a new transfer student named Minamisawa Senri came to the school. It was hard for her to rebuild her relationships with her old friends from the ground up, but she had pulled it off. Of course, a few of them.
お、チャオス、宮代先輩、クルス。有村さん。じゃなかった。南沢先輩。
お前な、いい加減慣れてくれよ。
んなこと言ったって、そう簡単に行くもんじゃないですよ。ねえ、花。うん。
We had told the people who knew about the case the real story.
つうかさ、3年なんだし、今さら無理して学校来なくてもよかったんじゃねえの？
僕もそう言ったんだけどな。
あのままみんなと別れてしまうのは寂しいじゃない？
そんなもんかね。
I never would have taken a risk like that just to see the people in my class, but maybe that was just a sign of how she had changed.
で今日の部活は？
悪い。今日はちょっと行くところがあって。
行くところ？
ええ。なになに？先輩方2人で？もしかして無夫婦な感じ？違うわよ。そういうんじゃなくて。わかってますよ。まあたとえそうだとしても一つ屋根の下に暮らしてるんだから今さらって感じだし。
たく。
それよりタクル、そろそろ。
ああ、そうだな。
We said goodbye to everyone and left. The sky was the same blue color it had been after the rain stopped on that day. We headed for...
ののちゃん。
It was a grave far away from Shibuya in the suburbs. The body that had originally been buried as Minamisawa Senri had now been quietly interned in the Kurusu family grave as Kurusu no. Kurusu no. She was a girl I knew well, but one I had never actually met. Senri put her hands together in a silent prayer as she faced the cold grave. There was so much she hadn't been able to say, so much that she wanted to say. Kurusu no and Minamisawa Senri were finally talking to each other as different people now. The sin of using her, the sin of burying her, the sin of lying, the guilt from those sins would never go away. But even so...
ごめんね、ののちゃん。これからたくさん辛いこと、悲しいこともあるかもしれないけど、それでも私はもう逃げたりなんてせず、立ち向かっていこうと思う。南沢千里として。それが私にできるあなたへの手向けだと思うから。
The smoke from the incense rose toward the sky, blown about by the wind, and in the wind...
頑張って、千里ちゃん。
I thought I heard a voice. Everything that had happened so far was a mix of plots, misunderstandings, miscommunications, and successful efforts. So whenever I wanted to cry at what I had become...
タクル。
ん？
これからも私のこと見守ってくれる？
I would take the hand of the girl next to me, feel her warmth, and walk together with her side by side, just like she had done for me, for the sake of tomorrow, and for our future. Aww. And now that we've gone through the other endings, we can go to the true ending. Life on the right side of reality. Sometimes I have these dreams. Sometimes I have them on the night after I get a bad test grade, or when I have a fight with a friend. Anytime I'm not feeling well when I sleep, I have these dreams, and I only remember the dreams when I'm asleep. When I wake up, I don't remember anything about them at all. The dreams are strange that way. In the dreams, I'm a murderer. The first people I killed were the parents of my childhood friend. I killed them because he wanted me to do it. In his heart, he was happy. So I was too. But the murders didn't stop there. I kept killing people in secret after that. As for the reason why, it was because I needed to continue the game that he wished for deep inside his heart. I would leave hints and small contradictions at the murder scene so that he could slowly track down who I was. The boy loved the game, and when I saw how happy it made him, it made me happy too. In the dreams, there was a man helping me with the murders. It was the doctor who ran the dorm where he stayed. I didn't like the doctor. He wasn't normal. Every time he appeared in my dreams, he would suggest a cruel, horrible way of killing someone. But he would laugh and smile and always say the same thing. Your boy wouldn't enjoy anything less. Very well, then, I would think in response. If that's what it would take for the boy to enjoy it, that's what I would do. The man and I killed many people in the dreams, in the worst ways imaginable. In my dreams, I was psychic, and I knew what the man was trying to do to the boy. He was planning something awful, but I knew he wouldn't lose to the man. The boy I loved was very, very strong. He was my hero. Oh, come to think of it, there was another man in my dreams sometimes. It was a man I knew well. Normally, he was a lazy, easygoing man, the kind you could never imagine doing something wrong. The committee is willing to let this play out, provided that you don't interfere with us. We're interested in seeing what happens to him. He was part of some organization called the Committee, the kind of thing you would see on a TV show about urban legends. He said he was watching me and the boy at all times. Even for a dream, that seems like a little too much. So I thought to myself and almost laughed. By the way, how are you getting along with your everyday life? You wouldn't want to slip up and have someone find out who you are, right? After he told me that, I realized something. In the dreams, for some reason, I didn't have a home. He found me the home of a girl who lived by herself. I killed her, and then I had my place to live. And each time he appeared in my dream, he would tell me about the strangest things. D-swords, gigalomaniacs, the truth about the new generation madness, the murders that had occurred in Shibuya before the earthquake, the artificial gigalomania generator device, as well as Chaos Child Syndrome and the sumo stickers. The other me who was watching the me in the dreams would always look down in confusion. Why was I having these dreams? Sure, whenever there was a program on TV about urban legends, I would watch it. But it was just a small hobby of mine. It wasn't something that should be showing up in my dreams. In one of my dreams, he was scolding me like I was at school. Sending him into the hospital basement was going a little too far, you know? You made me have to move all the things that we were keeping down there. I don't like trouble, you know? It was some kind of lab filled with all kinds of machines. I was surprised to find something like this in the basement of a place I knew so well. Wait, no, that wasn't right. This was a dream. Impossible things happened all the time in dreams. Sorry, as a middle manager type, I have to tell you these things. Anyway, just keep him on a tighter leash, all right? If you do, I won't do anything. You just need to be a little more careful, okay? I just kept on having these strange dreams, but every time I woke up, I wouldn't remember anything, just when I was thinking of going to the doctor about all this. I had that dream. It was the most realistic dream I had ever had. November 4th. It was so realistic, I even knew the date. I was in a panic. She had found out my secret.
あなたよね。南沢千里を使っていたのは。
お前に言われたくないよ、クルスノノ。
I had screwed up and let her find out who I was. How could I have known she would find me out because of the cell phone strap he had given me as a present? I quickly ripped off the strap and threw it away. It made me sad, but I didn't have a choice. I wasn't intending to kill her. Her death would be too much of a shock for him. He might quit playing my game if I did. No good. I'll have to kill her without him finding out, and then come up with something. I drew my D-sword and tried to kill her. But then I suddenly saw something in my dream. He and she might have a future like this. I had gotten distracted and missed her victuals. I swung the sword again, but then...
クルス、おのえ。
タクル。
It was him. And now he knew. There was no way I could talk my way out of this. No, 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 no. Run. That was what she said just before collapsing. Of course, she was talking to him. But I was the one who ran instead. I think that's where it all started, where the me and the dream started to go wrong. And then the dream suddenly ended. He was holding his D-sword high and looking down at me, and I was begging him not to do something. And for the first time in my life, I actually cried real tears.
ダメだ。お前は普通の女の子になるんだ。それじゃあさよなら。
Up to the very last second, I was gazing at the face of the boy that I loved. I would never forget it. February 11th, 2016, Thursday. I wake up feeling something on my cheek. I put my hand up to it. It's wet with tears. What dream was I having that made me so sad? Are they tears of joy? Maybe. I'm not even sure. But whenever I have that dream, I cry. It makes my eyes all puffy and red.
こういう体質なのかな。
Or maybe I need to have a doctor look at me after all. But I don't know how I would even begin to explain it to them. I don't remember what these dreams are about, after all. I stretch out on the bed to try and feel better. The light coming through the curtains is bright. The weather outside seems to be very good. Today's February 11th. It's National Foundation Day and school is closed. But I'm supposed to go out and meet a friend, so I have to get up and get ready fast.
葵？はい、もしもし。
セリカ、今どこ？
うち。
は？
え？
まだ出てないの？
I move the phone away from my ear and check the time. It's 10 minutes before the time when we're supposed to meet. The shopping mall we plan to rendezvous at is a 20-minute walk away. I realized I don't remember setting my alarm the night before, and I don't have a bike.
ごめん、すぐ出る。
ああ、いいよいいよ、ちょうどよかった。ねえ、駅集合でもいい？
別にいいけど、いつものとこ行くんじゃないの？
彩香がいきなり暇だって。で、渋谷行きたいんだって。
え？
My heart pounds loudly.
あ、なんかまずい？
大丈夫。オッケー。
Talking fast to cover up my panic, I tell her I'll be there as soon as I can and hang up. I'm not supposed to go to Shibuya. That's what she told me. She didn't even tell me why, but it probably has something to do with the traffic accident I was in 3 months ago. Well, even disregarding the accident, I just don't really feel like going to Shibuya that often. Yokohama has a lot of places that are just as fancy and fashionable, and going all the way to a crowded town like that on my day off is just exhausting. I don't like big crowds anyway. When I see a lot of people at once, my head starts aching and I feel something strange in my chest. Is that just another thing my body does?
まあ、いいか。
My friends have been nice enough to invite me, and it's my guardian's fault for not telling me why I shouldn't go to Shibuya. Anyway, she lives in Shibuya, so if I see her there, I'll tell her that myself. I leap out of bed and start to get ready. The contents of my stomach flow down the drain and disappear. When you feel like you have to vomit, just getting it over with is the best way to feel better. The crepes I just ate are gone now, though.
大丈夫？
Aoi's rubbing my back. I raise my hand to show that I'm fine.
なけなしの1800円が。
I saw a group of college kids having fun, and then suddenly felt like I needed to throw up.
これってセリカの頭の病気と関係あるの？
わかんない。
It happened 3 months ago in Shibuya on November 6th. It was the day of the Shibuya Restoration Festival. Supposedly, I was hit by a car full of people who came to see the festival. I say supposedly because I can't really remember it. All I remember is seeing a very bright light. Headlights, maybe. Next thing I knew, I woke up in a hospital bed. There were wounds all over my body, particularly my stomach, and I was wrapped up in bandages like a mummy. But what was worse than that was the effect it had on my memories. I remembered my name. I remembered how old I was. I remembered my favorite TV shows. I remembered the day of the Shibuya earthquake. I remembered the faces of idols I liked and how to use flick input on a smartphone. But what school I went to, where I lived, who my parents were, all of that was gone. I've tried so hard to remember, but I just can't. Instead, I sometimes see images in my mind, like clips from a film. Sometimes it's a town in ruins, or rows and rows of TV screens, or a puddle of blood, but none of them seem real, and I can't imagine why I'm seeing them anyway. The doctors told me that maybe I used to like watching movies, and that's supposedly where the images come from. Maybe they're right. I don't know.
大丈夫？
はいこれ
Ayaka ran to get me a bottle of tea.
サンキュー
I take it gratefully, rinse out my mouth, and spit into the drain again.
畜生めあんたさ何具合が悪いのはしょうがないにしてももうちょっと女の子らしくしなってもったいない
What is she talking about? I feel like someone told me that same thing before. As I think about that, the urge to vomit fades away.
どうする私目当ての服買っちゃったから帰ってもいいよいや平気平気
I feel just fine after that.
単に3つも食べたからじゃない？
やっぱりそうかな
Sometimes something happens and I suddenly feel like I remember glimpses of who I used to be before the accident. Like when I saw that crepe stand a bit ago. Back then, I suddenly felt a strong craving for crepes, and I ended up eating too many. I never realized how much I like sweets. Or maybe I just really liked crepes specifically. Maybe I ate them on a date with a boy I liked once. My face goes red. There's no way. Probably. I'm not interested in that stuff. And if I did have a boyfriend back then, he would have come to see me when I was in the hospital. Probably.
じゃあ映画でも見るセリカお金は
Two of my precious 1,000 yen bills already disappeared down the drain, along with the crepes. And I don't have any parents to beg for cash.
生活費の振り込みって15日だからな
This must be what a grown-up feels like the day before payday. What should I do? And then, I suddenly see something strange.
あれ何
あ、
Aoi sees what I'm looking at and frowns.
セリカは見たことないの？
I nod. Maybe the old me saw one in the past, but I don't recognize it now.
聞いたことくらいはあるでしょ。カオスチャイルド症候群。
あれが
There are these strange-looking people walking around. No, it's less that they look strange, and more that the clothes they're wearing doesn't match their appearances at all. There's a weird, unbalanced feeling to them. I can't stop staring. But the people around them are clearly used to them, so they don't seem to mind.
確か地震でひどい目にあった若い人たちがあの病気になっちゃったんだよね
Aoi nods.
なんで誰も気にしないのかな
気にはしてるんだよ。けど、あの人たちが悪いわけじゃないもん。そういう病気らしいから。それに。
Aoi looks up at the big TV screen on the side of the building. She's looking below the TV at the marquee used for news and messages. There's a message there. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous and is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society free from discrimination. Despite the fact that I've obviously heard about the syndrome in the past, I've never seen anything like it.
渋谷だけだよ。こんな風になってるのは。
So Aoi adds, once she notices that I'm still staring at the announcement.
なんか変だもん、この街。いろいろ噂されてるし。
あるある聞いたこと 症候群の人たちが時々行方不明になるんでしょ。なんか実験されてるとか。
実験ってあんたは漫画の読みすぎ。
とにかくセリカは聞いたことない？そういうの。知らないよ。そっか、セリカネットニュースとか見ないもんね。
She's right. I have never really been interested. I don't even have internet at home. According to Ayaka, everyone else has internet these days. But I wonder if that's really true.
ねえ、お金ないならさ、ちょっと覗きに行かない？
Ayaka flashes a mischievous grin.
何を？症候群の人たちが入っている施設。私場所知ってるんだ。
いいよ。映画見よ。セリカの分私出すからさ。
The three of us argue for a while, but in the end, Ayaka wins out. The reason being I don't like the idea of having a friend pay for a room. Plus, for some reason I can't explain, I want to go there too.
ちょっとだけだからね。怒られたりするの嫌だし。なんてとこ？どこにあんの？
こっからすぐだよ。碧峰学園は。
It's a few minutes walk away from the station. It sure doesn't look like a place for sick people. It looks just like a normal school. There's a plate on the entrance that reads Hekiho Academy. I can see the patients coming in and out of the building. Some are laughing and joking around, while others are alone and playing with their smartphones. They really do look like normal students. So that explains it. They're all wearing the school's uniform. But why? That uniform doesn't fit their appearances at all. It actually makes them stand out even more.
本人たちは高校に通っているつもりなんだって。気がついていないんだよ。ここがどういうところなのか。なんでそんな。
That doesn't make sense. How can they not know? They would know what people say about them if they just look on TV once. So how?
何が見えてるんだろうね。
Just as I go to take a look inside.
セリカ？
I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my head and collapse on the spot. I feel my mind begin to fade away, and then everything goes black.
だから明日は休むよ。今日はごめんね。はーい、お大事にします。ありがとう。じゃあね。
I end the call with Aoi and fall onto the bed. I only passed out for a few minutes. I then woke up and the two of them walked me home. My head still hurts. It's a strange pain. How do I describe it? It's not like a real headache. It's like the center of my head is heavy or something. What happened to me earlier? Suddenly, I see a vision of something in my head. This has happened to me before, but this time it's different, more powerful. It feels like I've gone inside the vision, so much so that I can even smell it.
これって
Does this have something to do with what my life was like before I lost my memories? Do I actually know Hekiho Academy, that faculty in Shibuya? I take out my phone and look at my address book. There are 22 names on the list. The only one on the list who isn't a friend is my guardian. I start calling her, then abruptly cut it short. She told me not to go to Shibuya. I can't tell her what happened today. Maybe I should just tell her about the vision I saw.
あの人は何か知ってるのかな？
When I woke up in the hospital after the accident, I didn't have any form of identification on me. No matter what the doctors asked me, I couldn't answer. And then she came. She said she was a distant relative of mine and that she would be my guardian. She was the one who told me who I was before the accident. Supposedly, I was an only child. I used to live in a prefecture far away from Tokyo. In the fall of my second year in high school, my parents both died in an accident. I was all alone, and then this person, my distant relative, took me in. I didn't have enough money left after that to keep going to the private school I was attending at the time, so instead I ended up transferring to a cheaper school run by a man she knew. But the day before I was supposed to start, I went to the Restoration Festival. It was the first time I ever went to Shibuya, and I was apparently shocked to see the sheer number of people there. While I was standing there in shock, I was swept up by the crowd and pushed out onto the street. Just as a car was driving by. After that, I woke up, only to find myself in a hospital bed. I had a terrible scar on my stomach, and I had forgotten everything. The day I left the hospital, I asked my guardian a question. Can I go back to my old house? I meant the house where I lived with my parents. If I went back there, I thought I might remember something, but she told me, you can't go back there anymore. Apparently, someone else owns it now. She said they would tell me the reason why when I was older, but that still hasn't happened yet. She told me she works in Shibuya and can't leave the city, so that was why after I left the hospital, I started to live here by myself in this apartment in Yokohama. The first time I fell asleep in this room after leaving the hospital, I woke up in tears. And then I made a decision. I don't have time for crying. I need to live the best life I can, for my parents' sake and for mine as well. Am I ready? Am I okay? I am okay. That was when I left my past behind, or so I thought. But the faculty called Hekiho Academy and all those Chaos Child Syndrome patients, they seem like they're going to make me remember. Stay away from Shibuya, alright? She told me that so many times, but maybe it's because she doesn't want me seeing Hekiho Academy and the people who go there.
わ
It's like there's something I'm not supposed to remember. There's no way. This isn't a thriller or anything like that. Chaos Child Syndrome. A specific condition that appears in certain victims of the Shibuya earthquake. Theorized to be a psychogenetic mental disorder. It seems to be a form of schizotypical disorder, a condition in which the patient does not recognize that they have a disorder. The originator of the name is unknown, but it is said to have come from both a psychologist and from one of the patients. The name appears to have come from the fact that all patients with this disorder were young children at the time of the Shibuya earthquake, and the complexity of the circumstances surrounding the earthquake and their symptoms. That is believed to be the origin of the name Chaos Child Syndrome. I couldn't stop thinking about the syndrome, so I ended up spending the whole night researching it on my phone. I didn't understand over half of what I read. Just reading it gave me a headache, and it was all is believed to be, or is said to be. It was like no one really knew anything about it. Eventually, I found a page that said, mental disorders are neither real illnesses or fictional myths, but somewhere between the two. I didn't know what that meant, so I just gave up. A lot of other people besides me were looking into it too. Some people were coming up with weird conspiracy theories, and others were saying that the very idea of explaining it scientifically was nonsense. I realized as I read that I kept seeing the name again and again.
Miyashiro Takuru だっけ?
He's the boy behind the serial killings in Shibuya. He's just 18 years old, only a year older than me. I lost my memories from before the accident, so I didn't really know what awful things he did at first. I tried to look him up, but when they gave me my phone, they put a filter on it. I can't read basically anything that has to do with Miyashiro Takuru. But that only made me want to know more. Maybe that's what I was like before the accident. My personality doesn't seem to have changed much.
まあ、こっちから興味を持って調べないと情報なんてないのと同じだもんね。
I wonder what that tastes like. I just noticed that my phone got an ad for Red Bull Winter Edition. I do love my energy drinks, and that makes me curious. I do love trying new things. Ghost is the best energy drink though. Feel free to sponsor me, Ghost, for saying that. But, Red Bull Winter. Probably like cranberries or something, right? That's usually a winter flavor. Well, unless you're interested in looking into it yourself, information doesn't do you any good. It feels like someone's told me that before, and pretty often at that. But who? Well, it doesn't matter. Aoi's phone doesn't have any filtering on it, so I was able to find out more about Miyashiro Takuru through her. What I read about him was shocking. It's hard to imagine that someone my age could have done what he did. He killed his own younger sister, and he worked together with an accomplice to stuff her body into boxes. Then he tried to kill his older sister and failed. His older sister is still in a coma after that. I couldn't believe it. I felt disgusted with this Miyashiro person. How could he do something so horrible? And then I found something that made me start wondering. I learned that he had attended Hekiko Academy before he got caught. They told me not to go to Shibuya, and they put filtering on my phone to stop me from looking up Miyashiro specifically. Which means that maybe there's something there, something they don't want me to know. I don't know what it could be, but it just doesn't feel right.
よし!
I slapped myself a few times on the cheeks to help me focus. I just want answers. That's why I decided to pretend to be sick to get out of school.
I fell asleep so good.
That's good, friend. Good sleep is important. I'm glad you got some rest. Welcome on back, friend. Welcome on back. And then head back to Shibuya. Okay, I'm ready to go. I say a silent sorry to my friends who are worried about my fake illness and set off for my destination. When I
Spendash
reach the
Diva
same spot,
said, Glomp.
glomp, glomp. When I reach the same spot I was at as yesterday, I suddenly hear the sound of a bell. All the noise that the patients are making stops, and the whole faculty goes quiet.
もしかして授業？
The place seems just like the high school I went to. Ayaka told me that the people here think they're going to school.
どうしようかな。
I've come to the same spot as yesterday, but I'm not having any visions like I did last time. I don't want to pass out again, but I also got my hopes up a little. That maybe I would see something else, and that maybe it would be a clue to the old me. I take out my phone and check the time. If it's the same as a normal school, they should still be in morning class. I just heard the bell, so it's probably third period. Should I go inside? If I act like I belong here, maybe they won't. No, that won't work. It would be one thing if I was wearing this school's uniform, but in my street clothes, they'll spot me immediately.
どうかしましたか？
Not good. I've been staring at the school for so long that he probably thinks I'm suspicious now. I smile at the guard as he walks up to me.
いえ、別に何でも。
ああ、君か。しばらく見なかったけど、どうしたんだい？おや、制服は？
え？
本当は規則違反なんだけど、まあ、多めに見るよ。早く入りなさい。今なら3次元目の授業には間に合うだろう。
And then he lets me go right on into the school. What is he talking about? My uniform. He hasn't seen me for a while. He knows me? I don't understand. I just keep standing in the middle of the courtyard, shocked.
お、どうしたの？
The guard's starting to get concerned. If I don't do something quick, he'll definitely get suspicious. Just go with it. I don't know what's going on, but just standing here is only going to make him more suspicious. I start walking resolutely toward the school building. I finally make it to the entrance. I didn't realize it before, but my breathing is starting to quicken. I look around, desperately searching my memories. But I've never been here before. Probably.
でも。
For some reason, I recognize the smell. It's the smell of the school building. It feels much more like home than my high school in Yokohama. No, that's impossible. I'm just imagining it. All schools smell the same. And then suddenly, I see a vision in my mind, just like yesterday. My heart pounds loudly. I'm sure I've never been here before, but I still feel a sense of deja vu. I suddenly remember what the guard said. I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, And where's your uniform? Get inside, quick. Did I actually go to this school before the accident? Does that mean I'm a student? No, a patient here. But I don't have Chaos Child Syndrome. I open up the shoe locker for guests and put my shoes inside. I decide not to wear slippers. It's possible I might need to run out of here after all. I head up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The further in I get, the stronger the sensation of deja vu. I feel sick. No, I feel uncomfortable. It's like I'm watching a movie I saw when I was a kid. I don't remember the story or the ending, and I can't think of the title or what the protagonist looks like, but I know that I've seen all the scenes before. I can faintly hear what sounds like a teacher's voice coming from one of the classrooms. I just keep walking through the movie, but for some reason I suddenly stop.
私なんで3階に
I'm in front of a second-year classroom. Why did I stop here? Why did I come straight up to here in the first place? This all feels really strange. I can hear a teacher's voice coming from within, seemingly teaching a class at the moment. Suddenly I feel scared. The air feels heavy, like it's threatening to crush me. My heartbeat is incredibly loud. My hand reaches for the door, like it's being pulled by an unseen force. More deja vu. I know how this door feels to the touch. I remember it. I'm not imagining it. I suddenly hear a voice from within, a voice I remember very well. It's a voice I remember well, but also one that makes me feel like I want to cry. No, don't open it. Don't open the door, Onoe.
どうして開けちゃいけないのどうして
By the time I finish that thought, the door slowly starts opening. I'm petrified by the scene I witness. Countless eyes are focused on me. Everyone simultaneously looked at me the moment I entered their classroom unannounced. Amid the dead silence, my eyes lock with all of theirs. The old woman closest to me smiles. Her wrinkly lips shine with lip gloss that doesn't match her age at all.
おかえり
All the hairs on my body stand on end, and I shoot out of there like a bullet. I dash down the hallway. I just keep on running. What was that? What was that? Yesterday, I saw firsthand what Chaos Child Syndrome is. But still, this doesn't make any sense.
誰も気づかないの
With all those patients there, how do none of them realize it? How do none of them realize that this isn't a school? This place isn't normal. It definitely isn't normal. They all wear normal uniforms and take normal classes. What's the point of making all these patients live like normal people? No, there's no way I ever attended Hekiho Academy. I'm just imagining it. My chest starts to burn, and I finally stop running. But I still can't stop myself from walking as fast as I can. And then I notice it's happening yet again. Again. It's happening again.
避けないでよ。
Why did I come up the stairs? If I want to get out of here, I need to go down. I can see the building next to me from the window. I must have gone up about 2 flights of stairs. I look behind me. Nobody's chasing after me. No one's making a fuss. I'm safe. Suddenly, another vision flashes through my head. I feel incredibly dizzy. I stagger over to the wall to keep myself from falling over. It's just like yesterday, the thing where I see visions of something I'm sure I've never seen before. And I start to pass out.
なんで私。
What suddenly catches my eye is a certain club room. Of course, I don't know which club it is. I've never been here before. But what I do know is that this room is special to me. I move away from the wall and slowly walk toward the door. I hear a sound come from inside the room. Is someone in there?
おい、やめろって。あれなんとかしてくれよ、副部長。
またやめなさいってもう。ほら、すりむいてるじゃないの。救急箱を取って。
は？待ってくれよ。今このニュースサイトのソースをだな。
早くしなさい。
はい。
For some reason, the voices I hear make my chest ache and burn. Tears suddenly start filling my eyes, and my vision blurs. I haven't heard any of these voices before, but I remember them. Before I know it, my hand is already on the door, and I slowly open it. There's no one here. I know I heard these voices coming from in here until I opened it. I slowly go inside and close the door. I run my finger along the desk and look at the things in the rest of the room. There's no one here. Of course there isn't. No one was here to begin with. This room is a mess. There are piles of papers, books, and DVDs everywhere. Several cardboard boxes are stacked on top of each other.
新聞部。
There are several scrapbooks on the shelf, and all of them say Hekiho Academy Newspaper Club Article Archive on the front.
あ、これだ。
I'm sure of it. This is what I saw in my vision a moment ago.
地図。
I touch the map on the bulletin board. In the center of it is Shibuya Station. This must be a map of Shibuya. There are photographs and newspaper articles pinned to it, along with memos that were made by the club's members. Probably. But honestly, all this stuff on the board makes me feel sick. There's lots of pictures of corpses and things. Wait, isn't this...
渋谷のあの事件
I don't remember any of it, but this looks like the return of the new generation madness that I heard took place in Shibuya before the Restoration Festival. The map is a summary of the case.
なんで私はこれを
I carefully searched the map for any clues to my past. I can't believe my eyes. I see a photograph pinned up away from the others. It's me. I'm smiling, and I'm wearing the school's uniform. It's the same uniform those old people, the patients, were wearing, and the person smiling next to me is...
誰なの
I hear myself whisper that. I know I didn't ask that question to someone I've never met before. I know this person from somewhere. Who is this old woman with a kind smile?
ねえ誰なのこの人
I suddenly realize that I'm yelling now. Whether I'm yelling at myself or at her, I don't know. By the time the sunset arrives, I finally make my decision.
よし
I know the place from the business card I was given before. There's no point in just thinking about it. I want answers. Besides, not knowing is just making me feel sick. I pull up a map of Shibuya on my phone and start walking.
来ちゃったのね。生活費の振り込みは3日後よ。
Momose-san, my guardian, doesn't scold me for breaking my promise. Instead, she sighs, sounding slightly exasperated. I was scared that she would get mad, so I'm a little relieved.
いえそれは分かってますそうじゃなくて
まあ、入りなさいな。コーヒーでいい？
はい
It's been a while since I last saw her, but part of me doesn't really know how to deal with this woman. She's normally really laid back, but she can quickly get scary out of nowhere. There's a powerful aura to her that you can't fight back against, probably. If she tells you to do something, you do it. Excuse me, I say as I timidly enter her office. Inside, it's a normal office. I crane my neck to look around. Her business card says Credit Bureau. It's easy to assume that makes her kinda similar to a detective. As far as I know, anyway. From what I've seen on TV, I figure that detective offices are supposed to be messy. So I'm surprised to see just how normal her office looks.
はい。
どうも
I take a sip from the coffee she offers me. Come to think of it, I haven't had anything to eat since I ran from Hekiho Academy this afternoon. I didn't feel like eating at all after going there.
それで渋谷には来ないようにって言っておいたわよね。
You did. I tried to focus. I need to get answers today.
それは謝りますでもどうしても知りたいことがあって
I tell her as much as I can about everything that's happened since yesterday. Momose-san listens quietly, occasionally sipping from her coffee. She doesn't bat an eye, even when I tell her about how I collapsed and how I snuck into Hekiho. I get a little mad as I start to talk. Momose-san clearly knows something about my past, and whatever it is, it definitely has something to do with Chaos Child Syndrome and Hekiho Academy. Otherwise, she never would have told me not to come to Shibuya. I take something out of my pocket, like a detective confronting a suspect with crucial evidence. Momose-san's expression changes. She's now making a face that I didn't expect. Did she just chuckle? Why?
私ですよね。どう見ても。
I point to myself in the picture. I feel bad about it, but I borrowed the photograph from that room.
隣の人、誰なんですか？それに、なんで私はあの施設の制服を着てるんですか？私って上京した日に、復興祭の日に、生まれて初めて渋谷に来たんじゃなかったんですか？
The guard at Hekiho Academy recognized me. And I even felt that sense of deja vu when I walked through the halls. It was supposedly my first time there, but it felt like my body was moving on its own. And then there was what that student said to me in the second year classroom. Welcome back.
もしかして私あそこにいたことが。
あなたはどう思ってるの？言ってみてどう感じたの？自分は碧峰学園にいたことがあると思った？
The way she answered my question with a question put me at a loss for words.
わかりません。でもなんていうかすっきりしなくて。初めて行ったはずなんです。碧峰学園っていう名前も昨日初めて聞きましたし、カオスチャイルド症候群の人の収容施設だっていうのも初耳でした。でもあそこにいると何かを忘れているみたいにずっとモヤモヤして。
In the photograph, I'm wearing my uniform and smiling. The old woman next to me must have been a friend. I was friends with someone with Chaos Child Syndrome, and I was wearing the uniform. Does that mean that I'm also?
もしかして私、カオスチャイルド症候群だったんですか？その影響で記憶をなくしてしまったとか？
それは違うわね。
Momose-san denies it outright.
今のところ症候群から回復した人は一人もいないのよ。表向きはね。
表向き？
Momose-san gets out a pen and starts to write something down on a notepad.
渡す前に念のため確認させてちょうだい。あなたはどうしても知りたいのね。
She's testing me. But it should be obvious. Of course I want answers. My past, the memories I lost. Of course I want to know.
はい。自分のことですから。
そうね。自分のことですもんね。
She hands me a piece of paper with a name and address on it.
悪いんだけど、私の口からは何も言えないのよ。というか、何も言えないって口にするのも、実はギリギリアウト。でもまあ、これくらいは許してもらわないとね。 とにかくそこへ行って聞いてごらんなさい。まずはそれから。
はあ。
It feels like she didn't tell me anything, as per usual. Still, I have no choice but to go there. I gulp down the rest of my coffee, which has gone completely cold, and stand up.
あ、そうそう。一人暮らしは順調かしら？
Momose-san chases after me as I start to leave the building.
はい、まあそれなりに。
お金使いすぎちゃダメよ。
The crepes that I ate yesterday flashed through my mind.
お小遣いと生活費はちゃんと分けてますから。
ほら、しっかりしてるじゃない。友達はできた？
I think of Aoi and Ayaka.
はい。
そう。なら、楽しくやれてるのね。
はい、楽しいですよ。
よかったわ。
If she is really glad, then why do her eyes seem a little sad?
それじゃあ、体に気をつけてね。縁があったら、また今度。
And I bow in response to her curious way of saying goodbye. What is that supposed to mean? Well, everything she says is usually pretty ominous, so there's no real point in thinking about it.
はい、また今度。
And with that, I leave Frisia. The next day, by early afternoon, I arrive there.
ここって確か。
The address on the piece of paper was for a hospital in Yoyogi, A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. When I first saw the paper, I had the feeling that I had heard the name before, but it's only now that I'm actually seeing the building that I remember why. About 3 months ago, the police ran a search here. Everyone was talking about it, to the point where I knew about it, even though I don't watch the news. They had been committing all kinds of medical malpractice, which they hadn't reported at all, and they had been making illegal donations to politicians for years to cover it up, or something like that. They also had ties to some weird cult, and instead of treatments, they had sometimes make patients undergo weird rituals.
怖い病院だな。大丈夫なのかな。
I'm pretty sure I heard that all the managers and doctors involved were arrested, and any ties with the cult were severed. Nowadays, it's supposedly been repurposed into a completely different hospital, but still.
大丈夫。行っちゃえ。
I speak loudly to cheer myself up and head inside. Most of the hospital must be closed for the weekend, as the lobby is nearly empty. But visiting hours haven't ended yet, so no one stops me as I walk through the halls. Come to think of it, the paper she gave me only has a name, so I don't know if that name belongs to a doctor, a patient, or maybe even a nurse.
すいません。
I speak to a nurse at the nurse's station.
はい、どうしました？
ですね、この人ってここで働いてたりしますか？
I show her the name on the piece of paper. The nurse nods.
失礼ですけど。
あ、尾上と言います。
久野里さんのお知り合いですか？
なんていうのか。ああ、そうだ、百瀬さん。 百瀬さんの紹介と言ってくれればわかります。
The nurse nods again, then reaches for the phone on the desk. She speaks on the phone with someone for a moment.
お待たせしました。お会いになるそうです。5階の精神科へどうぞ。
精神科？
ええ、普通には入れないので注意してくださいね。エレベーターを降りるとすぐに扉があります。脇のインターホンを押してください。担当看護師がご案内します。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
I head for the elevator, just like the nurse told me to.
あ、ちょっと。
はい。
The nurse glances around to see if anyone's listening, then leans toward me. She whispers in a volume that doesn't really fit what you normally see from a nurse.
久野里さんとは初めて会うの？
はい。
気をつけてね。ちょっと気難しい人だから。
I narrow my eyes a little. For some reason, the nurse wishes me good luck. I head up to the 5th floor and press the button to call the nurse, who then lets me into the psychiatric ward. After that, I'm told to go to the 1st floor door down the hall. Wait, am I going to a hospital room? I thought this woman was working for the hospital, but maybe...
患者さんなのかな？
There's a plate for the patient's name in front of the room, but it doesn't say Kunosato. It's completely blank. A little scared, I knock on the door.
開いてる。
A stern voice answers. I feel like I know that voice.
何してる？入るならさっさと入れ。
はい。失礼します。
I remember what the nurse told me not long ago. She really does seem difficult. Or rather, kinda scary. I fidget a little as I open the door. The reason why I thought I had heard that voice before is because I've actually met her several times. She sometimes came to visit me with Momose-san when I was in the hospital after my accident. I didn't ask for her name at the time. I guess it's Kunosato-san then. Kunosato-san is sitting with her laptop, typing at an incredible speed. She's not even looking at me.
どうして来た？
はい。
渋谷には近づくなと言われていたはずだ。
ここは渋谷じゃないです。代々木です。
なら、私がここにいるとなぜわかった？百瀬さんのところへ行って居場所を聞いたんじゃないのか
She figured me out.
百瀬さんのフリージアは渋谷だ。ということは、やっぱりお前は渋谷に行った。ほら見ろ。私は忠告に従えないようなバカは嫌いだ。覚えておけ。
Now I know exactly why the nurse wished me good luck. I speak loudly to try and overtake the sound of fingers hitting keys.
ここへ来たのはどうしても知りたいことがあるからです。私の記憶のことです。
She's deliberately hitting the keys hard to drown me out. Well, I'm not giving up.
これ
Since she's refusing to look away from the screen, I put the photograph I brought right in front of her face.
碧峰学園の新聞部っていう部屋で見つけたんです。これについて何か知ってることがあれば教えてください。
お前、 あそこに行ったのか。
あ、
It's only after she turns to look at me that I realize what she's wearing underneath her white lab coat. A Hekiho Academy uniform. The same one that's in the picture.
おい、
Kunosato-san suddenly stands up and gets so close to my face that we almost touch.
お前、あそこがどういうところか分かっているのか。
あ
何を見た？何をしたんだ？
何もしてません。
I quickly step away from her. She's scary. I can almost hear the sound of my own heart racing.
あなたもあそこの生徒じゃない収容者の一人なんですか？
何？
Because you're wearing that, I say as I
Stream
point at
elements.
her uniform.
Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
教えてください。もしかして私あそこにいたんですか？どんなことでもいいんです。私の記憶の手がかりになることならどうしても知りたいんです。
Kunosato-san just continues staring at me, looking very annoyed. It's almost like she's trying to feel out what's inside my heart.
百瀬さんは何と言っていた？どうせ百瀬さんにも同じことを聞いたんだろう。何と言っていたんだ？
自分の口からは何も言えないって。あとそれから何も言えないっていうこと自体がギリギリアウトかもって。
なるほどな。あの人らしい。見事なタヌキっぷりだ。
あ、それはそう思います。
I find myself agreeing. Sly, that's the perfect word for her.
知りたいか？過去だよ。お前の。
はい。
I nod with determination, and in response, Kunosato-san shrugs a little.
言っておくがな。私はお前のことに関しては何も知らないぞ。お前と会ったのはお前が事故で入院した病院が初めてだ。それ以前のことは百瀬さんから聞いてるんだろう。
はい。
その写真のこともわからん。お前が制服を着ている理由もな。
でも黒里さんはあそこの収容者なんでしょ？
I look again at the uniform she's wearing. It's definitely the same as the one I was wearing in that picture.
違う。あの施設では基本的に制服着用が義務付けられている。症候群者たちに怪しまれずに動き回るにはこの服が必要なんだよ。
じゃあ黒里さんは一体？
研究者だよ。カオスチャイルド症候群のな。
研究者？
ああ。
She then taps the laptop monitor with her fingers. It's filled with rows of tiny numbers and several images of what look like human brains.
もしかして私も黒里さんみたいに何か特別な理由とかあったんでしょうか？その制服を着て写真に写ってるってことは。
いや、少なくとも私の知る限り お前を壁砲で見た記憶はない。あと特別な理由とやらも思いつかんな。お前が私のような研究者だったとは思えん。
Her answer doesn't satisfy me. The guard I met acted like he knew who I was, and the woman in the picture seemed to be acting like we were friends.
この人は症候群の人なんですよね。
I point at the photo.
この人のこと教えてください。研究をしているのなら知ってるはずですよね。
部外者にそんな簡単に個人情報を教えるわけにはいかない。
部外者じゃないかもしれないじゃないですか。
お前なぜそこまで知りたがるんだ。
そんなの当たり前です。自分のことですよ。気にしない人なんているはずないです。それに私たくさんの声を聞いた気がするんです。この写真が貼ってあった部屋の前で。うまく言えないんですけど、とても懐かしい感じがしました。もしもあの声の中にこの人がいるなら、きっと私にとって大事な友達だったはずです。大事な友達のことを知りたいって思うのはいけないことですか？
She's glaring at me with a really scary look on her face. Did I go a little too far? Well, I can't help it. I really mean what I said.
お前面倒くさいやつだな。百瀬さんがこっちに回してきたのもわかる。
She stands up and starts to leave the room, as if she's finished talking.
待ってください。
I quickly try to stop her.
話はまだ。
少しここで待っていろ。教えてもいいのかどうか確認を取る。PC には触れるなよ。
なんだ。
I start thinking to myself as I'm left alone in the room.
案外友達いるかもしれないな、あの人。
She keeps me waiting for about an hour. Just when I start to think she's making me wait on purpose, she comes back into the room. She then tells me to follow her and to promise I won't tell anyone what I'm about to see.
事前に壁砲に忍び込んだという事実が聞いたな。勝手にそんなことをされるくらいならちゃんと教えておこうと言っていたよ。
研究の責任者の方ですか？
まあ責任者には違いないかな。
Kunosato-san goes deeper into the building, then suddenly stops.
ここだ。
She turns around to face me as she puts her hand on the door.
ああ待て。入る前に約束をしろ。口外無用はもちろんだが。
はい。
この中の連中を見て納得したら今度こそ渋谷には近づくな。それがお前の知りたがっていることを教える条件だ。
待ってください。それってどういう。
会えばわかる。
Kunosato-san opens the door without waiting for my response. What I see inside the hospital room leaves me speechless. Only the dim light from the fluorescent lamps above illuminates the room. I can smell the peculiar scent of disinfectant. There are 4 beds, each with a patient on them, and all of them are old women. Their bodies are hooked up to machines like the ones you see on TV shows. They keep going, beep, beep, in sync with the rhythm of their hearts.
こっちへ来い。
あ、
Kunosato-san calls to me from next to the bed furthest in the back. I come up to her, and suddenly I gasp. The girl who's sleeping right there is her. The one who I was smiling with in the photograph.
クルス・ノノ、18歳。カオスチャイルド症候群患者。昏睡状態になって約3ヶ月だ。
She's my age, but she's been in a coma for 3 months.
さらに彼女は他の3人と違ってここへ運び込まれた時に胸部にひどい裂傷を負っていた。
怪我をしてたんですか？
まあな。一時は危篤に陥ったが、なんとか一命を取り留めたよ。
For some reason, Kunosato-san frowns as she looks at me.
まあとにかくこれで分かったろ。お前と彼女がどういう関係だったのか。それを聞こうにもこの状態ではな。
She points to the woman on the bed as if to say, satisfied?
昏睡って症候群のせいなんですか？
そうだ。
他の人たちも。
I look at the other beds. Each of them has a name written above their pillow. Are Mira Hinae, Kazuki Hana, and Yamazoe Uki. Yeah, was all she said when I looked at them.
回復するんですよね。
さあな。
The girl on the bed, Kurusu-san, is as still as a doll. Without the sound of the heart monitor, I doubt I would know that she's still alive. It really does feel like I know her. Maybe. What was our relationship like before the accident? Were we friends at Hekiho Academy?
私、どうして？
It feels like I'm almost remembering something important here, but it escapes me yet again. Kurusu Nono, Kazuki Hana, Mira Hinae, Yamazoe Uki. They're all names that I'm supposed to be hearing for the first time. But it doesn't feel that way. It's so frustrating not being able to remember.
3ヶ月ってことは、昏睡状態が始まったのは復興祭の頃ってことですよね。
I was told that's the same time I lost my memories. Could that really be just a coincidence?
どうしてみんな昏睡状態になってしまったんですか？
それこそ患者の重要な個人情報だ。知ってどうする？
直接彼女に私のことを聞きたいんです。
素人のお前にどうこうできる病気じゃない。
わからないじゃないですか。
But no matter how much I argue back, Kunosato-san refuses to listen to me. She just keeps insisting that I leave and never go back to Shibuya.
じゃあ明日、もう一度碧峰学園に行きます。
何？
Kunosato-san raises her eyebrows at my words.
だって、クルスさんがダメなら 碧峰学園にしか手がかりがないです。守衛のおじさんが私のことを知ってたみたいだし。
ふざけるな。
Kunosato-san angrily gets closer to me, and I step back.
そんなことをしてみろ。百瀬さんに言って生活費の振り込みを止めるぞ。
That would be bad. No, I'm not giving up.
バイトするからいいです。
なるほど、なかなかのガッツだ。だがこの国では身元保証人がいなければまともなバイトなどないらしいな。そしてお前の身元保証人も百瀬さんだ。
Okay, she got me with that one. If she won't let me get a job, then I can't survive.
ひどい。なんでそこまで。
いいから、お前は忠告を守っていろ。
だから納得のいく理由を教えてください。
Why does she want to keep it a secret so badly? I don't think I'm asking for something irrational.
お前の記憶云々は関係ない。今碧峰学園は微妙な立場に置かれてるからだ。
Kunosato-san runs an aggravated hand through her hair and shows me what's on the laptop she has. The screen shows a picture of a man.
あれ？
I've seen him before too. But where have I seen him? I don't remember.
涌井秀一。将校軍者たちには普通の教師だと認識されていたはずだが、実際は違う。施設の管理人の一人だ。カオスチャイルド症候群の研究をしていた科学者だよ。復興祭の直後、こいつは今までの症候群に関するデータを持って姿を消したんだ。患者の情報の流出ということになれば大変な事態になる。学園は大騒ぎになった。ところがこいつはもっと悪質でな。管理人の立場を利用して学園を私物化していた。詳細は言えないが、この男のせいで碧峰学園は何が起きてもおかしくない状態にある。だから絶対に近づくなと言ってるんだ。おい、聞いてるのか？
あ、はい。
I can't take my eyes off the man in the picture. What is this? I know him from somewhere. My eyes meet with Kunosato-san's. Just as the scene flashes through my mind, her look of annoyance is gone, and now she looks dead serious.
お前、この男を覚えているのか？
え？
この男とどこで会ったのか、それもわかるか？
I tried to remember the image I just saw. It was probably...
どうなんだ？
なんとなくですけど。
But even if I do, why would I know that place? As I wonder that, I suddenly hear Kunosato-san whisper something.
装置の場所を覚えている。記憶の改変が完全ではなかったのか？
なんですか？
いや、こっちの話だ。とにかくその場所を教えてくれ。大事なことなんだ。
ええ、いいですけど。でもその代わりお願いがあります。
And so, I tell her the idea I just came up with. After I leave the patient room where the 4 girls are sleeping, I'm taken even deeper into the hospital. We had to wait for a while, as Kunosato-san needed to get permission from above and negotiate. I ended up waiting for several more hours. It's probably night out, but outside by now. The further into the hospital I go, the colder the air becomes. It feels like something terrifying is waiting for me.
どこへ行くんです？
お前の持ち出した交換条件のためだ。もう一人、患者に会わないとならない。
Is what I said that difficult to do? I didn't think it was.
新庄さん。
Kunosato-san takes me down the hallway to an area marked staff only, no entry. A man in a suit turns out to be waiting for us there. His eyes go wide with surprise when he sees me.
何のつもりだ？まずいだろう。
説明は部屋の中でする。あんたも来い。
Kunosato-san says as she brushes past him.
尾上。
はい。
この人は渋谷署の新庄刑事だ。カオスチャイルド症候群の研究に協力してもらっている。
A detective helping to study a disease. Is this kind of thing common? I bow my head, still confused.
新庄さん、監視の交代までどれくらいある？
しばらくは大丈夫だ。でも彼が怒るぞ。
だろうな。とにかく来い。あんたにとっても重要な話だ。
Kunosato-san goes further down the hallway. I follow. It feels like something scary is getting closer.
誰がいるんですか？
部屋に入ればわかる。君もニュースくらい見るだろ
う？ニュース？有名人ですか？
ああ、久野里さんからも注意されてると思うが、これから先のことは絶対に秘密にしてくれ。彼自身のことはもちろん、彼に会ったことやこの場所のことも喋っちゃいけない。いいね。
はい。
What kind of famous person could he be if they need all this secrecy? The two of them stop in front of a certain door. There's a no visitor sign on the door, and the small window is barred. Only a faint light is coming from inside. The detective then takes out something. It's a key. The door must be locked from the outside. Tension is clearly building between the two of them. It even starts to make me feel nervous too.
尾上。お前はニュージェネレーションの狂気の再来事件についてどこまで知っている？
The return of the new generation madness. I know about what you would expect.
ニュースで流れていることなら一通りはある程度だと思いますけど、渋谷で起きたその連続殺人ですよね。
犯人については？
私の一個上の男で、なんだっけ、 宮なんとか宮沢？
宮代だよ。宮代拓くん。
ああ、そんな名前でした。
Back when I borrowed Ayaka's phone to look up Chaos Child Syndrome, I saw his name a few times on news sites and blogs. At first, I wondered why he was showing up in my search results, but when I read them, I found out it was because he had Chaos Child Syndrome too. By the time Ayaka and AOA told me not to look, it was too late. I had already seen photos of the crime scenes. They were awful. Just remembering them makes me feel nothing but sheer anger and hatred toward him.
私と一つしか違わない人があんなことをしたなんて信じられませんけど。
Maybe he just wanted attention. Maybe that's why he did something so cruel. And they even said that one of the victims was his own little sister. I still can't believe that.
事件後、宮代がどうなったか知っているか？
さあ、でも逮捕されたんですよね。裁判とかするんじゃないんですか？
For some reason, Kunosato-san glances at the door. So does Shinjo-san. Suddenly, I feel a chill, almost like a cold ice is being pressed against the back of my neck. No way. It can't be. Is he the one that's inside the room?
カオスチャイルド症候群から回復した人間は一人もいない。表向きはそうなっている。宮代は事件を引き起こした当時、カオスチャイルド症候群だった。だが逮捕後に回復に向かっていることが確認された。
現状で唯一の症候群からの帰還者だ。病気の解明のため特別措置としてこの病院に隔離されている。
Obviously, the public doesn't know anything about this, Kunosato-san added. Despite how cold it is in here, I started to sweat. The killer himself is working with Kunosato-san, and the police are in on it too.
なんで私がそんな人と会わなくちゃいけないんですか？
No way. Just the thought terrifies me. I don't want to meet him. Of course I don't want to. Who knows what he'll do to me?
安心しろ。あいつはお前には何もしない。絶対にな。
Kunosato-san doesn't listen to a word I say. Shinjo-san then uses the key, and the door slowly opens. I instantly notice him in this dark room. He is sitting on the bed, looking right at me. He isn't tied up or anything, not even handcuffed. I take a small step back. He is very thin and wasting away, like a dead tree branch. It's hard to believe that someone like this was able to commit those horrible murders. Did he only just recover from Chaos Child Syndrome? His face does look like an 18-year-old boy's, but his bony limbs and neck still look like they belong to an old man.
これが宮代拓。
The real killer behind the return of the new generation madness.
新庄さん、久野里さん、約束が違う。
I find myself hiding behind Kunosato-san's back while he speaks. The kind of killer who could do something like that has to be a very scary man. My hand starts shaking as I hold on to Kunosato-san's white lab coat.
どういうことです？無関係の人を ここに連れてくるなんて。
I can tell from his voice that he's angry. I shrink back to try and hide from him.
状況が変わった。こいつは尾上セリカ。碧峰学園のことを知っているらしい。ある場所で涌井と二人きりで会っていた覚えもあるそうだ。
え？
Both Miyashiro and Shinjo-san gasp in surprise. He then stands up from the bed and walks over to me. I get scared and cling to Kunosato-san even tighter.
そんな、まさか。
そのまさかだよ。この病院の地下からどこかへ消え去った施設のことだろう。新庄さんがどれだけ探しても見つけられないあれもそこにあるはずだ。そして尾上セリカはその場所を覚えている。
本当なのか？
The detective grabs me and pulls me toward him. Naturally, this causes me to stop clinging to Kunosato-san.
どこだ？君はどこでそれを？
それは
I almost answer him, but manage to barely stop myself in time. I can hear Kunosato-san groan. That was close. I can't tell them just yet.
尾上さん！
彼女は取引がしたいそうだ。
何？
どういうことですか？
施設の場所を教える代わりにカオスチャイルド症候群の原因究明に協力させろと言っている。
Miyashiro starts looking at me with narrowed eyes again.
尾上さんだっけ？一つ聞いてもいいかな？
I'm obviously still scared as he looks at me, but I work up my courage and look back at the killer.
何？
どうして首を突っ込みたがるの？素人の君が協力なんて言ったって何もできないと思うけど。
それは
施設の情報だけ刑事さんに教えてさ、いつも通りの楽しい生活に戻りなよ。
I really don't think a person like you would understand how I feel. You're a maniac who attacked and killed your own family. But still, if I don't say anything, then it'll just feel like I'm letting him win. That's why I decide to say what I'm thinking. My voice starts to fill with emotion, to the point that I practically start shouting in his face.
友達かもしれない女の子を助けたいってそう思うのがいけないの？まああんたにはそんな気持ちわかんないでしょうけど。
Miyashiro doesn't say anything back. He just listens to me silently, and then when I'm finished talking, he smiles a little. Well, what? Why is he smiling at me like that?
宮代、このことに関しては決定権をお前にやろう。新庄さんもそれでいいか？
仕方ないな。
ありがとうございます。
I look at Kunosato-san and the detective in surprise. They're going to let a murderer, of all people, decide what to do with me? That doesn't make any sense.
ただ、尾上の情報がないと前に進めないのも事実だ。あの施設さえ見つかれば画像は完成できる。
分かってます。久野里さん、新庄さん、少しこのことを二人にしてもらえませんか？
That suggestion shocks me even more. No, no way. Who knows what he'll do to.
好きにしろ。
少しの間だけだぞ。
ちょっと待ってください。嫌です。
I grab Kunosato-san's lab coat, but she just knocks my hand away. And then the detective, of all people, is the first to leave the room. All he tells me is an irresponsible, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." And then he shuts the door. He even locks it too. I'm trapped in here. I'm too scared to turn around and face the bed. Who wouldn't be? I said some really awful stuff to him a moment ago, after all. What do I do if he attacks me? I glance over my shoulder. Miyashiro Takeru, is still there.
座っていいかな。長い間立ってると疲れるんだ。
好きにすればいいでしょ。
Miyashiro takes a deep breath and sits back down on the bed. He rubs his knees like he's trying to feel for something. There's no strength in him, and he looks even smaller after sitting down. He doesn't look like he's going to attack me. A little relieved, I finally turn to face him.
別におかしなことはしないよ。さっきの続きを聞きたかっただけ。友達かもしれない女の子を助けたいって言ったよね。
そうよ。だから何？
それが。
Miyashiro suddenly stops rubbing his knees, and then he looks directly at me.
それが今、君のやりたいことなの？
For some reason, when he asks me that question, I find that I can't even speak for a second. I feel something boiling up deep within my heart. But then I answer him clearly.
そうですよ。それが私のやりたいことですけど、話はそれだけ。
ああ。うん。
For some reason, Miyashiro smiles again. I still don't understand what that smile means.
そっか。
うん？
Then he bursts out laughing. I don't know how to respond. He curls his tiny body up into an even tinier ball as he doubles over laughing. He shakes as he tries to stop laughing, but fails, and a hoarse voice leaks out from his throat. I don't find it funny at all.
何がおかしいの？
いや、ごめん。なんでもないんだ。それで君は友達かもしれない女の子を助けてどうするつもり？
私のことを聞くのよ。私はどんな人間だったのかって、なんで碧峰学園にいたのかって。
そっか。わかった。安心した。僕らに協力してほしい。
Relieved? What's that supposed to mean? This really doesn't make any sense at all.
いいの？そんな簡単に OK しちゃって。
ああ。君のやりたいことは絶対に邪魔しない。まあ、あるところに踏み込んでこなければだけどね。
Certain places.
何それ？
こっちの話さ。協力よろしくな。
Miyashiro offers me his hand as he smiles. Does he want me to shake it? Is this some kind of joke? I look away and he stops smiling and scratches his head.
ああ、悪い。つい。
He seems like a normal, awkward boy. It's hard to believe that he's a kill.
って何考えてるの私。
My mind flashes back to those pictures of the murders. The blood everywhere, the expressions of pain, the cruelly tortured bodies. The anger I almost forgot nearly came back.
言っとくけど、どんな理由があっても人を殺すなんて絶対に許されないから。あんたは最低なことしたんだから。
The person in front of me killed his own sister, and then he said he would kill himself in public. But in the end, he didn't. He killed all of those people, yet he was too scared to die himself. He must truly value his own life. But the people he killed had their own lives that they valued too. They all had their own lives, friends, and families. All the things that I'm trying so hard to get for myself. Maybe I'll never get them, no matter how hard I wish for it. And he just stole them all away from those innocent people.
私、あんたみたいなやつ、大嫌い。
I don't know what effect my words have on him. He just sits on the bed and silently looks up. Then, suddenly, he smiles at me again.
何よ。
And what's more, there are even tears in his eyes. His tears are so honest and true that I find myself overwhelmed. They fall to the bed without a sound. How long did we stay like that? I have to remind myself that the person in front of me is a serial killer. If I don't, I feel like I might forget my anger completely. I can't believe myself.
今さら泣いて後悔したって手遅れよ。
Miyashiro keeps crying, but he doesn't stop smiling. His face looks like a parent watching a child.
後悔なんてしないよ。僕は自分のしたことに悔いはない。満足してるんだ。
He doesn't regret it, even after all those horrible murders he committed. I can tell that he's serious too. It's like he's crying tears of joy.
このクズ。
I don't want to talk to him for even a second longer. I head to the door and call for Kunosato-san and the detective. They come inside and look toward Miyashiro without bothering to see if I'm okay.
結果は
Miyashiro wipes away the tears as he speaks.
協力してもらうことにしました。
いいのか？
はい。
The two of them are looking at him as if they're looking at something utterly heartbreaking. But he just keeps laughing and crying.
僕が考えてた普通の女の子とはちょっと違いますけど、彼女がノノを助けたいと思って行動するのなら協力してもらいましょう。
ノノ。
If I remember correctly, Nono is the first name of Kurusu-san, the woman in the hospital room. Does that mean the two of them are friends?
宮代念のため確認するが
Kunosato-san's voice is low. She's probably worried I'll overhear.
お前はもう以前のお前じゃない。力は使えない。それは分かっているな。
はい。何度も試しました。もう僕にはディソードも見えません。
Power? D-sword? What were they talking about?
最悪の事態に陥っても力には頼れない。それでもやるんだな。
はい。ノノたちのためですから。 というか、久野里さんらしくないですね。委員会の情報さえ手に入れば、それで満足じゃないんですか？
Miyashiro chuckles and Kunosato-san frowns and looks away.
うるさい。自分から力を捨てて戻ってきたやつは初めてなんだ。対応が難しい。
Are you absolutely sure? She asks. Miyashiro nods.
大丈夫です。あんな力、もう必要ありません。
She's still looking away from him. All right, she whispers. Detective Shinjo-san's mouth goes wide open in shock when he sees that.
なんだ、私の顔に何かついているのか？
いや、久野里さんがそんなに分かりやすく困ってるところを初めて見る。普段からそういう態度でいたらいいのにな。
あ、それいいアイディアですね。久野里さんならできるんじゃないですか？
お前ら、いい加減に。
私もその方がいいと思います。看護師さんに気難しい人って言われてますよ。
なんだと？
I didn't mean to say that out loud. Kunosato-san is glaring at me fiercely. After that, she explains to me the rest of the plan, even though she's still ticked off the whole time. Finding out about Kurusu-san and the others. Well, all the Chaos Child Syndrome patients actually involved far more danger than I imagined. But I want my memories and my past back, no matter what. And that's enough to keep me getting scared and backing out. I listened to Kunosato-san talk until late in the evening, and just barely managed to catch the last train home. The second I fall into bed, I feel an exhaustion coming on that I can't fight. And I fall asleep without even changing clothes. So much happened today. I'm sure that I'll never forget it. What about the old me, though? Did she ever have any amazing experiences like this? Or was her life just completely ordinary and peaceful? There's a white light in front of me. It's so bright and so hot, it feels like it might burn me. The light is shining on me, bright as could be. It's the same light from before. It's probably the headlights of the car that hit me back then. This is part of my memories from the accident. It's too bright for me to see the car. All I can see is the light shining on me. It feels like, back when it happened, I yelled something really important, and I was crying as I did it, but I can't remember what it was. It's so frustrating to have fragments of memories, but not the whole thing. The headlights in my dream grow brighter and brighter, and eventually everything turns completely white. That's when I wake up. I put my hand to my cheek. It's wet. I must have been crying. I rub my red eyes as hard as I can and stand up. Maybe I can finally say goodbye to these dreams today. I look at the clock, only to realize it's been only 3 hours since I went to sleep. I stayed awake until dawn, thinking and doing research.
案外、性に合ってるのかも。
Before I went to sleep, I put together everything I had researched and started thinking from there. As I thought about it all, I found what questions I still had and researched those things specifically. For some strange reason, when I was working, I didn't feel sleepy at all. Maybe I should get a job at Momose-san's company someday.
それとも、以前の私って 調査オタク？そんなの聞いたことないけど。
Today is Sunday. A normal girl might be getting ready to go shopping with her friends, but I'm different. Just like Kunosato-san told me 2 days ago, now I...
よっし、行きますか。
It's still a little early, but I quickly get ready and leave. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous, and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society, free from discrimination. I look up at the board. It's still displaying the message from yesterday. I stand a little ways away from the station entrance and watch the people go by. I then quickly find the group I'm looking for. I then quickly find the group I'm looking for.
お買い物かな。
There's a group of Chaos Child Syndrome patients walking through the crowd. They're all old women. No, young girls. They're crossing the street, all while laughing, talking, and wearing the same exact clothes that younger people wear. I have no idea what their real ages are, but from the way they talk, it's possible that they might be middle school girls. which means they might be part of Hekiho Academy's middle school. The people around them are ignoring them, probably because they've seen them a million times before. But a couple of foreigners are staring at them in shock. They're even pulling their phones out and taking pictures. But the girls show no signs of noticing and simply continue their conversation.
やっぱり本当だったんだ。
I remember what Miyashiro told me the other day.
本当に気がつかないんだ。というより、認識できないと言った方がいいかもしれない。
He told me about the strange symptoms of Chaos Child Syndrome.
僕から見れば、碧峰学園に通っている生徒たちは、皆普通の中学生や高校生だった。見ているだけじゃなく、触れることもあったけど、その肌が老人のものだとは思えなかった。
でも世間でいろいろ言われるでしょ。
それも全く。僕たちはカオスチャイルド症候群を地震による PTSD だって理解してた。
PTSD?
What does that mean again? It feels like I've heard it before.
心的外傷後ストレス性障害。要は地震の記憶がフラッシュバックしてきて吐き気を覚えたりうつ状態になったりすることだ。宮代たちは自分たちの症状をそういうものだと勘違いさせられていた。
でも実際は全然違ってた。症候群に関するニュースは映像でも音声でも画像でも何度も見ていたはずなのに。それに事件の被害者が全員カオスチャイルド症候群だったっていうことも僕はこの前初めて知ったんだ。
The next thing I knew, the girls with CCS had vanished to the other side of the street. They walk around and live normal lives, just like everyone else does. They can talk to people, and they can look at TV and the internet. But anything about their real appearance, anything that would tell them that they actually have the bodies of very old people, they won't see or hear. It's kind of like they're living in their own wonderful dream. That's how it feels to me. The day after I had heard what Miyashiro had to say, I borrowed Aoi's phone again and did my own research on Chaos Child Syndrome. When I looked at what I saw on mine, in light of what he had told me, I realized how many people really had no idea what they were talking about. It was like they just accepted the superficial things they were told and didn't even try to find the truth. They were shutting their eyes and covering their ears, blocking out all the stuff they didn't want to see or hear. I also learned that people like that were called wrong-siders. They were on the wrong side of the information divide.
それとクルスノノさん。
I also learned something important about Kurusu Nono-san, the girl who might have been my friend. Something that could very well be a huge clue toward learning about my past.
そろそろかな。
I look at the clock and see that it's nearly time. I head into the crowd in the direction the little girls had gone and start walking to my destination. I can see the inside of the academy from a distance. There's no one there, not even the guard from the other day. None of the people who thought they were students at the school are there. Detective Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san's plan is working, so far. I call up an image in my mind, one of the men I saw on Kunosato-san's computer. His name was Wakui Shuichi.
うん、やっぱりそうだ。
Sometimes, in the fragments of my memories, I would see him in a special place. It wasn't a classroom or the club room. It was a mysterious place surrounded by machinery. He was standing there and telling me something. Before the accident, I had been meeting with him in a secret place in the school.
で、どこだ？
I whirl around and see Kunosato-san standing behind me. When did she get here? She could have at least said hello first.
この学園のどこにある？
刑事さんとあいつは？
さっき裏門から学園へ入った。手を回して学園内は無人にしてある。中へ入ってしまえばもう大丈夫だろう。私たちも行こう。
Kunosato-san starts walking. She stands up tall, like always, and walks right into the school. I follow behind her, bent over and trying to be sneaky. When I told them 2 days ago about the vision I had had, when I told them about the place where I had been meeting Wakui, all 3 of them went pale. It had been in that room. It had been a place in Hekiho Academy that wasn't a classroom or a club room, a place where the sun never shone. It had been filled with machines I didn't recognize. The man named Wakui had been standing there, telling me something. When I told them that, Kunosato-san put her hand onto her forehead and yanked on her hair in frustration. She had already thoroughly searched Hekiho Academy. But I guess I didn't search it thoroughly enough, she said, frustrated. Of course, we had to go search the school again. The question was what to do with Miyashiro. I didn't think he needed to come with us, but evidently he had to go wherever the device was that I had seen in my vision. Kunosato-san and Shinjo-san told me they had been searching for that device this whole time.
で、その場所はどこにあるんだ？
Kunosato-san asked me that again as she walks ahead of me. I follow behind her and try to summon the vision in my head, but I'm still
ど
not
こ
sure.
って言われても学園の中を歩いてみないと。その場所を見つけたら言います。
あまり悠長にはしていられないぞ。学園内を無人にしておける時間もそれほど長くないからな。
分かってます。
We walk inside the school building. When we get inside, we see the 2 of them standing in a corner. He really is here, Miyashiro Takuru. He's not wearing handcuffs or any kind of restraints.
すいません。刑事さん？
ん？
この間も思ったんですけど、2人ともこの人を信用しすぎなんじゃないですか？連続殺人事件の犯人なんですよ。もうちょっとしっかりというか。
I suddenly feel like an idiot for saying that. I'm just a teenage girl. Why would a detective take advice from me?
ああ、宮代君なら大丈夫だ。心配しなくていい。
そんなことよりさっさと探せ。
Forget it. Isn't staying safe really important? I really don't understand what's going on.
わかりました。行きますよ。
I look down the hallway from the entrance. I remembered the vision again. It was a very dark spot.
日の当たらない校舎か、それとも地下かな。
I start walking, relying only on my hazy memories. I'll start by checking all the hallways. something might ring a bell. The others follow after me, staring intently at their surroundings. I keep paying close attention, too, to see if I remember anything.
そうだ。
I turn back to face Kunosato-san as I walk.
クルス・ノノさんについて聞きたいことがあるんですけど。
今お前がするべきことはそれか？
She's glaring at me incredibly fiercely, but it's something that I have to know. I won't back down.
クルスさん、怪我をしてましたよね。胸のところ。
ん？ああ、確かに。
The detective answers me instead of Kunosato-san. I glance at Miyashiro before I speak again.
ネットで見たんですけど、それって例の事件に巻き込まれたせいだって本当ですか？
For some reason, all three of them fall silent. Miyashiro is the one responsible for the so-called return of the new generation madness. In the end, he didn't kill himself like he had said he would. Apparently, he had chickened out and surrendered instead. There were a lot of different rumors circulating about why he had said he was going to publicly kill himself. The most popular one was that it was because he had failed to recreate the new generation madness. The original New Generation Madness 6 years ago was composed of 7 murders, but this time there were only 6. There was supposed to be another on November 4th, but he failed, and it was Kurusu Nono-san who was supposed to be the target. She was Miyashiro's stepsister. It didn't make the news, but on November 4th, Kurusu-san was attacked by someone and fell into a coma. She was found in time to save her life, but she was still asleep, something I saw for myself in that hospital room. And of course, the one who was thought to have attacked her was...
どうなの？宮代。
I glare at him, but he doesn't respond. He just looks back at me, and for some reason, his eyes look incredibly sad. I just can't understand what this murderer is thinking. That's why I decided to start telling him what I researched.
同じ施設だったのよね。妹さんに続いてお姉さんまで手にかけようとしたの。クルスさんと同じ新聞部にいたみたいね。アップされてた動画に名前が残っていたもの。
I'm not sure if I should ask what I really want to know. After all, I should have realized it yesterday, when Miyashiro called Kurusu-san Nono her first name. Kurusu-san and Miyashiro must have been close, which means that, since I'm Kurusu-san's friend, he has to have known me, the old me too.
あんた、私を知ってるの？
知らない。
There's no hesitation in his voice. It's clearer and louder than I've ever heard him before.
そんなはずないわ。私とクルスさんが一緒に写ってる写真があるんだから。
知らない。僕とノノは仲が悪かった。ノノの友達関係なんて把握してない。
その写真、新聞部の部室で撮られたものよ。部長だったあなたが知らないわけないでしょ。
知らない。
おい、そういう話は後にしろ。急げ。
Kunosato-san suddenly pushes me hard from behind. It's like she's trying to cut me off for Miyashiro's sake. Both Miyashiro and the detective start walking faster too. It's almost like they decided in advance that this is how they would respond to that question.
何なの？
This doesn't make any sense. It really does feel like Momose-san and Kunosato-san are hiding something about my past. And then there's the way Detective Shinjo-san acted when he first saw me. And more than anything, there's the way that Miyashiro cried when he first saw me. I hear myself grinding my teeth. I ball my hands into fists. This is so unbelievably frustrating. I have all these huge hints, all of which seem really, really important. And I know that everyone is trying to hide something from me, but I just can't remember what that something is.
そっちはダメだ。
Miyashiro suddenly speaks up in a sharp tone. We all stop. The sign tells us that the annex is up ahead. This is where I found the newspaper club room before.
何？
そっちは最後だ。他の可能性をすべて潰してからだ。
何なのあんた？別にどこからでもいいでしょ？それに新聞部に行けば何かヒントが。
お前はノノを助けにここに来てるんだろ。新聞部の周りに怪しい部屋なんてなかった。これは間違いない。
Miyashiro turns around without waiting for my answer.
あんたちょっと。待って。
I suddenly see a clear vision in my mind and yell. That was...
どうした？
My legs start moving on their own. The memories become clearer along with the vision. The view of the courtyard from the window, the trees and the plants. The scene in the window connects with my memories. That's right. Whenever I talked with Okui in that strange room, I always went through this hallway, I think. And after going through this hallway, what did I do?
おい、思い出したのか？
ちょっと静かにしてください。気が散ります。
I start to walk, following the hazy trail in my memories, and then I end up outside the annex. This is the first floor of the annex. I'm standing in front of the building's wall. Why do I feel like I have to do something to the wall? I'm not sure why, but I do what the memories tell me to and put my hand on the wall. I hear Miyashiro and the detective gasp. I can't believe what I'm seeing either. My hand goes through the wall. My hand goes straight into the school building like there's nothing there. I can see the wall, but it doesn't actually exist in reality. I can't feel anything pressing up against my hand.
そこか。
何これ。
My mind is shocked and confused, but my body remembers this feeling. I push forward and deeper into the wall. The next thing I know, I'm inside the wall, up to my shoulder without any resistance. It looks like something out of a cartoon. Suddenly, I come back to my senses and leap back. I fall backward on my butt. When I look up, the wall is still in front of me. It's hard to believe that my hand just went through it.
どういうこと？
It was my own memories that brought me here, but I'm still stunned.
思った通りだ。妄想シンクロを使って隠してあったな。道理で見つからないわけだ。
Kunosato-san goes up and puts her hand against the wall. It disappears just like mine did.
実際に見せられるとまるで魔法だな。信じられない。
実際にはただの錯覚だがな。
そうですね。中は見えますか？
俺が確かめよ
The detective pokes his head in, and it disappears into the wall without any resistance.
暗くてよく見えないが、多分階段だ。地下へ続いてる。
新聞部の真下だったってことですか？
バカにされているようだな。まったく。
The detective then takes something out of his pocket. It's a small flashlight.
5分経って俺が戻らないようなら逃げろ。
He tosses something at Kunosato-san, who grabs it. It looks like a car key.
宮代くんの姿だけは誰にも見せるな。あと、アクセルは右だからな。
待て。
ん？
銃をすぐ使えるようにしていけ。威嚇射撃なんてするな。見つけたら構わず撃て。
おいおい、ここはあんたの国じゃないんだからな。
But the detective takes out his gun and puts it in his other hand anyway. It's the first time I've ever seen one, and I feel a shiver run down my back. I'm forced to realize once more that this isn't a game.
気をつけて。
ああ。
The detective puts his hand up against the wall without any hesitation, and then he heads inside.
宮代、そっちを見張っていろ。
はい。
The two of them ignore my shock as they stand back to back and watch their surroundings. They don't seem surprised by this at all. In fact, this almost seems like a normal, everyday occurrence for them. I force myself to calm down, stand up, and then wipe the mud off my clothes. I have goosebumps.
説明してください。何ですかこれ。
Neither of them look at me. They just continue to keep watch.
皆さんは何をしようとしてるんですか？
カオスチャイルド症候群の治療のヒントを得るために涌井の研究室にあるデータが必要だ。そう言っただろう。
I know that. You told me 2 days ago.
そうじゃなくて、
I can't find the words. Too much just happened, and I don't know what to even ask. With nothing else to do, I decide to just stand guard as well. I hate this. Just sitting here and letting time pass feels awful. I thought it had definitely been 5 minutes by now, but it's been less than 1. As I keep looking at the time.
無事か？はあ。あ、わかった。
Kunosato-san hangs up and turns toward me.
クリアだ。ついてこい。
Then, as soon as the words are out of her mouth, she vanishes into the wall. What am I supposed to do? I don't even know what's going on. I'm terrified.
君はここまででいい。急いで学園の外へ出ろ。
Miyashiro turns his back to me.
ののたちは僕が絶対に回復させる。案内ありがとう。それじゃあ、さよなら。
Miyashiro smiles and disappears beyond the wall. After hearing his words, my chest starts to hurt, almost like someone is squeezing it.
どうしたんだろう私。
I can't run away. I just continue to stand in front of the wall. feeling like I've lost something important. I know this feeling from somewhere, but I don't know where. I've definitely forgotten something important. What the hell is this feeling? I slap my hands against my cheeks as hard as I can. The old me would have gone through this wall. I know that for sure. So there's nothing to be afraid of. It's much more important that I remember. I put my hand up against the wall one more time to make sure that nothing's there, and then I plunge inside. I go down the long, narrow staircase, holding my hand against the wall. It's dim, but not completely dark. There's a tiny bit of light leaking out from below. Each time I take a step, the memories become clearer. There's no mistaking it. I've been here before. It isn't deja vu.
前の私って一体何だったの？
I used to be a student here at Hekiho, even though I didn't have Chaos Child Syndrome. Maybe I was a scientist like Kunosato-san. And that's why I was talking to that Wakui man down there. No, that doesn't seem right. There's no way a normal girl like me could be a scientist. A weird smile appears on my face as I start thinking about different ideas. Each time the lid almost comes off of my memories, I start feeling terrible, and I smile in response to take my mind off it. Don't go down there. You can't go down there. I can feel someone whispering that deep inside my heart, but my legs refuse to stop. What if the old me was a totally different person? What if learning more about her changes me? Even if it does, I still want to know about the real me. And then I finally reach the bottom of the stairs. Row after row of TV monitors fill the space. I know this sight. I've seen it in the visions. Are the visions of this room? Miyashiro looks angry at me for not listening to his warning. But he doesn't say anything.
どうだ？
黙ってろ。気が散る。
Kunosato-san sits down in front of the computer and begins typing at an incredible speed. She seems to be doing a detailed check of the data on it.
よし、いける。データが揃ってるぞ。
本当ですか？
Kunosato-san actually smiles for once.
急いで始めるぞ。
はい。
新庄さんは表で監視を頼む。何かあったらすぐに知らせてくれ。
ああ、データのバックアップを取っておけよ。
誰に言ってる？
Shinjo-san smiles back and runs up the stairs.
宮代、中へ入れ。装置に座ったらすぐに注射を。
はい。
注射の仕方はもう大丈夫だな。
はい、さすがに病院で何度も怒られましたから。
何度教えてもお前が覚えないからだ。
Miyashiro runs into the next room, looking a little excited.
何か見つかったんですか？
Kunosato-san starts typing again.
ああ、予測していた通り、装置と必要なデータがあったんだ。
これでカオスチャイルド症候群を治療できるかもしれない。
Her voice sounds ever so slightly cheerful. I've never seen her so happy.
それじゃあクルスさんたちも？
おそらくな。
I can't help but sigh in relief.
どうやって治療するんですか？必要なデータって？
画像だ。
画像って写真とか絵とかそういう画像ですか？
You can cure the disease with a picture. That doesn't make any sense. But from the way Kunosato-san is acting, it must be possible.
そもそもカオスチャイルド症候群って原因は何なんですか？しかもどうして症候群の人の中でクルスさんたちだけが昏睡状態になっているんです？
That's something I've been wondering for a while. The town is filled with Chaos Child Syndrome patients wandering around. Kunosato-san stops typing and hesitates for a moment. Then she looks at me and whispers to herself, I guess it's fine.
お前クルスたち以外の症候群者を見たことはあるな。
I nod. I've just seen some at Scramble Crossing, and I've seen a whole class of them here at Hekiho.
どう感じた？
どうって言われても。
They were probably actually middle school age. It seemed like they had no idea that anything was wrong. The ones in the classroom looked straight at me.
なんていうか自分たちに都合のいい夢の中で生きてるみたいっていうか。
ほう、確信をついてるじゃないか。
Kunosato-san smiles like a teacher whose student just got a good grade and goes back to typing on the keyboard. She seems to have found the data she's been looking for because she nods in satisfaction.
カントの右手と左手の話にウィトゲンシュタインが反論した話は知っているか？
Judging from the names, maybe they're important scientists or something. I doubt any high school girl has actually heard of them.
頭と尻が逆になっている2本のマッチ棒は回転させて重ねれば同一のものだが、一次元人はそれに気づかない。背中合わせになっている2つの直角三角形はつまみ上げて重ねれば同一のものだが、二次元人はそれに気づかない。いずれもその次元の人間に認識できないからだ。自分たちの世界に回転やつまみ上げるといった行為や概念が存在すること自体知覚できないからだ。
はあ。
I don't get what she's saying at all.
違う次元にいる者たちはそれぞれ自分たちだけにしか理解できない世界にいる。お前が言った通り、都合のいい夢の中、つまり妄想の中にいるんだ。研究者の間では妄想シンクロと呼ばれている現象でな。宮代も言っていただろう。あいつらは妄想で視覚や聴覚、触覚さえも作り上げている。
つまりこの学園の生徒たちは全員で同じようなすっごいリアルな幻覚を見てるってことですか？
Is that really possible? Kunosato-san seems to sense my disbelief, but her expression is completely serious.
正確には脳波を介して全員が妄想を共有しているんだ。だから妄想シンクロと呼ばれる。この施設の入り口もその仕組みを使って閉ざされていた。私たちはそこに壁があるという妄想を共有させられていたせいで、ここを見つけることも入ることもできなかった。だがお前によって
実際にそれは壁ではないことが示されてしまった。私たちの間にあった妄想の共有は破られ、そのせいで壁は用をなさなくなった。
なるほど。
I still don't really understand, but I decided to pretend I do.
そしてそれと同じようにカオスチャイルド症候群者たちが全員抱いている妄想シンクロから脱し、それを壊せるやつが現れたんだ。
それが宮代？
ああ、あいつが症候群から帰還したことでこの渋谷全体で共有されていた妄想の輪が崩れた。症候群者の中から他の症候群者の妄想とシンクロしないやつが出てしまったんだからな。さっきの例で例えるなら、この学園の生徒全体で壁にぶつかるパントマイムをしているというのに、宮代がその壁を平気で素通りし、一気に世界をぶち壊しにするようなものだ。あるいは映画の世界の住人に向かって宮代がカットと叫ぶと考えてもいい。
I remember my hand going through the wall. It was like a bad dream or a really stupid
クルスたちの脳は宮代のおかげで妄想の共有から解放されたが、現実とのギャップに耐えきれず昏睡状態に陥った。実際昏睡状態に陥ったのはいずれも宮代と距離が近かった連中だった。
I remember the people in the hospital room. There was Kurusu-san, and then Arimura-san, Kazuki-san, and Yamazoe-san, right?
もちろん昏睡自体は危険で楽観視できないが、それは症候群から脱却するためにあいつらの脳が妄想と現実との間で戦っている証拠だ。むしろ必要な過程と言える。だから私たちは他の連中、そうと知らずに妄想シンクロに溺れている奴らからもその妄想を奪い取る。
Kunosato-san grins wickedly.
そうすればあいつらはいずれ現実に帰還するだろう。宮代と同じように。宮代、薬は注射したか？
はい。
Kunosato-san starts talking to some kind of microphone, and I can hear Miyoshiro's voice from the speaker next to it.
脳波のデータを取り始めるぞ。いいな。
はい。お願いします。
He sounds kind of out of it. What is he doing in the next room?
宮代はどうして症候群から帰還できたんですか？
さあな、知りたきゃ本人に聞けと。そうだな、それがちょうどいい話題になるか。宮代の横で喋りかけていてくれないか。データを取りやすくするために鎮静剤を打っているが、かといって眠ってもらっては困る。新庄さんがいれば頼むところだが、今はお前しかいないからな。まあ薬の効果はすぐに切れてくる。それほど長い時間じゃない。
Kunosato-san sees my hesitation and motions for me to get going. I have no choice but to head into the next room. I heard what she muttered, but I don't answer. I can tell that she wasn't talking to me. The second I come inside, I'm convinced this is the room. There's no doubt about it. This place where I talked to Akui in the visions. It's a cold, white room. A hospital room, or maybe an operating room. There's a device in the middle of the room, like something you would see in a science fiction movie. Miyashiro is lying back on a seat in the middle of the device. It looks like it got ripped straight out of a spaceship cockpit. What's going on with my ankles? My ankles. I don't know what's going on with my ankles. He isn't asleep, but the drugs make him look really tired.
別に。
I tell him I've come to keep him from falling asleep. Then I pull up a chair and sit down.
何なのその機械。それで何するの？
久野里さんから聞いてない？
よくわからなかった。
All I got was that she was going to take Miyashiro's brainwaves and that she would use them to do something about Chaos Child Syndrome.
ああ、あの人の話は難しいからね。情弱は利用するか、置いてけぼりにする人だから。
私が情報弱者なのは思い出せないから。肝心なことはあんたたちが話さないからでしょ。
Miyashiro looks at me in surprise.
へえ、情弱って言葉知ってるんだ。
バカにしないで。
Well, I did only learn it a little while ago. Suddenly, the machine starts giving off a low groan, and I almost jump.
あ、大丈夫。脳波のスキャンが始まった音だ。
Miyashiro looks up at the ring spinning around his head as he talks.
これで僕の脳波を取って、それを元に画像を起こすんだよ。
久野里さんも言ってた。何なのそれ。
I can't have him falling asleep, so I prod him for an answer.
僕と症候群者の違いは、脳波のパターンにあるらしいんだ。そしてそれが、僕の帰還できた理由。症候群者だけが見ると気分が悪くなってしまう特殊な画像があってね。どうやら症候群者は視覚から得る情報に敏感みたいなんだ。まあ普通の人でも8割以上の情報は視覚に頼ってるんだけどね。久野里さんや僕はそこからヒントを得た。症候群の人が見れば僕と同じ脳波を出す、そんな画像を作ればいいんじゃないかってね。その画像を使えば全ての症候群者の脳波を僕と同じように変えられる。それで全員が現実に帰還するはずなんだ。
His voice is getting softer. I need to keep him talking about something. It doesn't matter what.
そんなこと本当にできるの？どんな画像なの？
できるさ。ここにはそのためのデータもソフトも揃ってる。だからずっと探してたんだ。多分見る人によって何に見えるか違う左右対称の画像だと思うけど、どんなものかは実際に見てのお楽しみってところかな。
あんたがその特別な脳波を持ってるなら、なんであんたは症候群者になっちゃったの？おかしいじゃない。
最初はそんなの持ってなかった。症候群にかかった後でそれを持つようになった。
それってどうして？
それはカオスチャイルド症候群になった人たちは渋谷地震の時地獄のような光景を体験してみんな嘘だと思ったんだ。
こんなもの現実であるはずがない。自分がここにいるなんて何かの間違いだってね。それがあの白い光と反応して、
白い光？
その中でも特に強いショックとストレスを抱えていた人たちが能力者になったんだ。妄想に逃げ込むだけじゃ足りなくて、辛い現実そのものをねじ曲げようとしたんだね。そのために能力を手に入れた。
Powers. Wait, what is he talking about?
しかも僕はそんな能力者の中でも一番の臆病者だった。現実が辛くて辛くて、それでずっと僕の隣にいた。
Suddenly, Miyashiro leaps up from his seat. He has a terrible look on his face. He seems to be astonished at what he almost said.
ごめん。なんでもない。
He whispers that and sinks back down in his seat.
びっくりさせないでよ。
悪かった。
Just like Kunosato-san said, the medicine is already starting to wear off. I pick up the chair that I've knocked over and sit down, this time a little further away. He doesn't seem dangerous, but just in case.
それで続き、ずっと隣にいたって誰？
I can feel a sudden tension emanating from him as he stares at the ceiling. He presses his lips together in thought. There's a silence for a while, one that threatens to burst if I press him for an answer. But then I hear him speak, softly.
親友だよ。
He's still staring at the ceiling.
親友なんていたんだね。あんなひどい殺人を犯すようなあんたにも。
うん。最後はそいつのおかげで思い知らされた。作られた現実なんていつか壊れてしまうものだって。けどそのおかげなんだ。僕が自分を包み込んでいた妄想から脱出できたのは、他の症候群の人たちにはそうと気づかせてくれる友達がいないんだと思う。
What gives you, of all people, the right to say that? The people you killed probably had close friends too. I almost tell him those things, but upon seeing his expression, I stop myself. He just keeps staring at the ceiling. His face, his eyes, they look so unbearably sad.
宮代、データの取り出しは終わった。書き出しが残っているが、おそらく成功だ。
本当ですか？
もう鎮静剤の効果は薄れてきているはずだ。立ち上がっても大丈夫だぞ。
はい。
Miyashiro stands up from the seat. He has a smile on his face.
待って。
I call out to him as he goes to leave the room. There's something else I desperately need to know.
あんたの親友って同じように症候群者だったの？今何をしてるの？
Miyashiro slowly turns to look at me.
いや、普通の人だった。もう亡くなったよ。彼女はこの世界のどこにもいない。
これが？
I wait about a half an hour before Kunosato-san finally pulls an image up on the screen. Just like Miyashiro said, It's symmetrical. Different people might see it differently, but I can't imagine anybody describing it as anything other than elaborate scribbles.
こんなもので症候群を治すことができるんですか？
できるかどうかやってみればわかることだ。
問題はその手段ですね。
ああ、佐久間のように症候群者の研究を続けようとしているグループが残っているからな。
このまま画像を流そうとしても邪魔されますね、多分。
妨害をかいくぐってなるべく多くの人間に同時にこれを見せないといけないか。偽装が必要だな。
Kunosato-san sinks back into her chair, and then she starts typing again at an unbelievable speed.
同時に見せるって症候群の人たちに？
もちろん全員は無理だろうけど、可能な限り多くの人に見てもらう必要があるんだ。
どうして？
そうしないと残った症候群者の妄想シンクロに引きずられて元に戻ってしまう恐れがあるんだよ。自分たちは普通の人と何も変わらないっていう妄想にね。
I remember my conversation with Kunosato-san. She told me that they're having a dream that showed them what they want to see.
急ごしらえだが、これでいいだろう。
I can see a strange image that looks like white static on the screen. I keep staring at it, but I can't see the image from before.
これは
Miyashiro seems to be as confused as I am. Kunosato-san takes something out of her pocket and points it at the monitor. It makes a cute little noise. Is it a digital camera?
こんなものか。ま、使えるだろう。
She checks the LCD screen on the back and offers it to me. She looks slightly dissatisfied. And what's on the screen is... It's a slightly distorted version of the same image I just saw. How? It's just a picture of white static.
そうか、シャッタースピード。
ああ、ノイズの中にフレーム単位で画像を混ぜた。シャッターの速度を1秒に設定するとこう映る。これなら目では認識できないが意識には届くだろう。案外使い勝手がいいかもしれないな。
ですね。例の映像を見逃し症候群者がいても別の映像に簡単に仕込めますし、久野里さん映像編集もできるんですね。
私が何のページを管理していると思ってるんだ。
Miyashiro smiles as if to say, "Good point."
例の映像って？
こいつの犯行声明だ。
は？
His confession.
時間を予告し、本物だと信じさせる証拠をアップし、その上で犯行声明を予告通りにネット配信する。映像の前後や途中にこのノイズを仕込んだ上でな。少なくとも碧峰学園に所属している症候群者は食いつくだろう。それ以外の施設に所属している者や保護者が自宅で療養させている者も。
Kunosato-san looks at him mischievously.
あれだけの事件を起こした犯人の新たな犯行声明だ。大半は飛びつくだろ
う。ですね。
Miyashiro smiles back. Oh, so that's it. I finally realize.
もしかしてそれがあんたの目的なの？
ん？
その 新しい犯行声明とかっていうのを世に出したいから久野里さんに協力してるってこと？世間の人たちは逮捕されたあんたが警察で惨めな思いをしてると思ってるでしょ？でも実際のあんたは平気な顔で外を歩き回ってる。みんなに向かって自分はお前らが思ってるような惨めな暮らしはしてないぞ、ざまあ見ろってアピールしたい。違う？
I look at him with as much disgust as I can physically muster. He's a horrible killer. I know I'm right. Miyashiro laughs tiredly.
いくらなんでもそんなに意地は悪くないから。
いや、そうでもないぞ。以前の宮代ならやりかね。
久野里さんに言われたくないです。大体。
But just before he can finish his sentence.
なあ、人のものを取ってはいけませんって習わなかったのかい？
Suddenly a voice comes from behind us. Miyashiro tenses in the direction of the voice. Kunosato-san stands up and glares. I'm the only one who is too off guard to react. I turn my head back over my shoulder. And I see a man standing there. I've seen him before.
なんで？
僕は碧峰学園の教師だよ。いて当然じゃないか。と、ストップだ、久野里くん。
Kunosato-san freezes, her hand in her pocket.
上の彼に連絡しても無駄だよ。もうここには入れないし、出られない。君たちの意識をそう変えた。
There's more tension on Kunosato-san and Miyashiro's faces than I've ever seen from them before. The man laughs a little as he looks at them, and then I realize this is the man from my visions, as well as the very same man from the photo Kunosato-san showed me. Wakui Shuichi.
何か用か？
おいおいおい、盗っ人たけだけしいとはよく言ったもんだ。勝手に人のデータを使っておいて。君、自分が正しいと思ったら周りが見えなくなるタイプだね。もう少し要領よくやったらどうだい？アメリカの研究所でも随分嫌われてたそうじゃないか。
貴様！
ああ、怒らない怒らない。ちょっと小耳に挟んだだけだ。さて、とりあえずさ、みんな適当に座ってくれないかな。落ち着かないでしょ。
Something feels very wrong. Wakui isn't holding any kind of weapon. He is a thin, gentle-looking scientist kind of guy. He doesn't seem strong at all. If Miyashiro and Kunosato-san both leap on him at the same time, they should be able to hold him down, and I can help him a little too. If the three of us all attack at once, we should be able to get him. But the two of them are keeping their distance and acting cautious, like he's holding a gun or something.
何も殺そうってわけじゃないんだから、そんなに警戒しなくても。特に宮代くん、僕は新聞部の顧問だよ。君とは随分仲良くやってきたと思うんだがな。
Wakui laughs as he talks. For some reason, he sounds like a con artist.
座ろう、尾上さん。
When Wakui hears that, he smiles for some reason. It's a nasty smile, like he's enjoying himself.
尾上さんね
なんですか？あなた、私のことを何か知って。
やめるんだ。こいつの言う通りにしてくれ。頼む。頼む。
分かったわよ。
I sit down in a nearby chair. Kunosato-san sits too. She seems like she's trying to hold back her anger even more than usual. Wakui smiles in surprise as he looks at the monitor Kunosato-san has been working at.
なるほど。これで宮代くんと同じノウハウね。いやー、よくできてる。惜しいな、久野里くん。君、委員会に戻ってくる気はないかい？
黙れ。
She just barely stops herself from getting out of her chair.
委員会に加わったことなどない。貴様らが勝手に私の研究データを使って実験を行っていただけだろうが。
Her voice is shaking. She seems absolutely livid.
おかしいな。君も当初は乗り気だったと聞いてるよ。いいデータが取れたとか言って。そもそも脳に障害を負った子供が何人死のうと、それは科学の発展のための尊い犠牲じゃないか。君は喜ぶべきだったと思うけどね。
黙れと言っているんだ。
She finally shoots up, her eyes wide with rage. But the next moment,
Kunosato-san!
she suddenly slammed back into the wall. It's as if she was thrown by some invisible force. What was that? I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my temples. My hands shoot up to my head. It's the same pain I felt when I passed out after first coming here. My fingers tense up and my nails dig into my head.
久野里くん、いい加減認めたらどうだい？君がどんな手を使おうと委員会にダメージを与えることはできない。君はアメリカからデータを持ち出して姿を消しておきながら、ここに研究者として姿を現した。当然我々のことを探るつもりだったと思うけどね。だけどさ、魚釣りをするにしたって堂々と表を歩いてる僕に気づかないようじゃ話にならないよ。
As the pain blurs my vision, I hear the sound of grinding teeth. Kunosato-san is glaring at Wakui with an incredible fury.
いや、すまん。別にバカにしてるわけじゃないんだ。むしろ高く評価してるんだよ。この画像だって実によくできてる。ぜひ将校軍の皆さんに見せてあげてくれ。
何？
ん？そんなに驚くことかい？ああ、そっか。君たちは僕が佐久間と同じようにギガロマニアックス研究を諦めていない方のグループだと考えてるわけか。なるほどね。それなら僕を敵視してもおかしくない。
Wakui keeps laughing. I wonder what's so funny.
違うのか。私には見えないが、貴様だってギガロマニアックスなのだろう。
Kunosato-san points to the empty space in front of Wakui's hand.
それとこれとは話が別だ。 僕はあくまでも委員会に忠誠を誓った人間だよ。で、委員会の命令は6年前の事件のせいで渋谷に大量発生したイレギュラーを全て掃除することだ。ほらな、君らとは利害が一致してるだろう。だから僕には君らの邪魔をする理由なんてどこにもないわけだ。
Have we cleared up our little misunderstanding? He says, laughing.
本当のことを言うとね、実は僕も離反した佐久間くんと同じように最初は期待したんだよ。宮代拓くん、君にね。この渋谷という街でカオスチャイルド症候群が発生したのもイレギュラーなら、症候群者の中から能力者が生まれたのもイレギュラーだ。ところがそんな出来損ないどもの中から本物らしいギガロマニアックスが現れたんだ。驚いたよ。だから佐久間くんとは別にね、僕も君のことをずっと観察していた。上層部の連中は懐疑的だったけどね、それを説得して渋谷の大掃除を待たせるのには苦労した。
Wakui seems to be enjoying this, but Miyashiro is glaring back at him fiercely. As for me, my headache is getting unbearably bad. Psychics, gigalomaniacs, Sakuma. Each time I hear a word, my head starts to throb. Something's getting stuck in my memories. Something's intertwining with my feelings.
ところがね、困ったことに君は自分から能力を放棄してしまった。その上カオスチャイルド症候群からも帰還してしまったものだから、僕が上層部を説得してきた理由がなくなってしまったんだ。面目は丸つぶれだよ。おかげで随分と怒られてね、序列も下げられてしまった。僕みたいに資金もコネクションもない人間がここまで来るのは容易じゃなかったんだが、と愚痴をこぼしてる場合じゃなかったな。とにかく我々にとってはもうこの町やカオスチャイルド症候群には何の価値もないんだ。それどころか佐久間のような輩に妙な研究をされると非常に困る。だから君たちがその画像を使って症候群者を消してくれるというなら、
That would make us very happy, Wakui says, spreading his arms wide.
ということで分かってくれたかな、宮代くん、久野里くん。だから2人ともそう怖い顔しないでほしいな。今は同じ目的を持った仲間じゃないか。改めて聞くけどさ、久野里くん、我々の研究を手伝う気はないかい？
断る。
There's no doubt in her voice. Her words are full of anger, but Wakui is as unmoved as ever.
不思議だな、理解に苦しむな。どうして君くらい優秀な頭脳の持ち主が復讐なんかにとらわれてるんだろう。もっと対極的に見ることはできないかい？研究者としてどんなことでもできる地位と権力、それに資金、それらを手に入れられるんだ。しかも私利私欲のためじゃない、より正しい次の世界を作るための。
聞こえなかったのか。断る。
なあ久野里くん、言っただろう、僕たちは今は仲間だって。特に君を殺すなって厳命されてるんだよ。
The look in his eyes changes for a moment. I feel a shiver go down my spine, and I take my hands off my aching head to grab the sides of the chair I'm sitting in. It felt like if I didn't, I would fall over.
くだらない脅しだ。
Kunosato-san, however, is unmoved. Her voice is strong. Just listening to it makes it feel like the terror is fading away.
何でもできる地位、権力、バカバカしい。たとえそれがどれほどのものであろうと、誰かにあてがわれた力などうんざりだ。そんなもの一セントの価値もない。そういった力というのは自らの手で掴んでいくからこそ価値がある。たとえ進むべき道に迷ったとしても、そこに解があると信じて進むのが人間というものだ。
The grin vanishes from his face. There's a wickedness in his voice that even I can sense.
それは元から君の考えかい？それとも誰かに影響されたのかい？
さあな。
I'm not completely sure, but it feels like she ever so slightly looked at me as she would.
残念だよ。我々を出し抜けると勘違いしながら、用意された舞台の上でこれからも踊り続けるといい。
Suddenly, Kunosato-san disappears without a sound. How? She was just here. I quickly look around, but she's nowhere to be seen.
お前。動かないでくれ、宮代くん。僕はね、少し機嫌が悪くなっちゃったんだ。動けば切るよ。ああ、そうだった。今の君には見えてすらいないんだったね。これが。
There's something creepy wrapped around Wakumi's hand. It's like a huge pair of scissors. No, it's more like a creature with thorn-covered tentacles baring its fangs at us. And it appears from nowhere, the same way that Kunosato-san vanished.
まったく。宮代くんもおかしいよな。自分から力を捨ててしまうなんて。君のことは殺してもいいと言われてるんだ。それを踏まえてよーく聞いてくれよ。
Miyashiro seems to be judging his distance from Wakumi. His legs are shaking a little, but he doesn't take a single step back. I feel like I'm going crazy from the headache and all the strange things going on.
君をずっと観察していたと言っただろう？実はもう一つ興味深い実験ができると思っていたからなんだ。都市伝説好きの君なら聞いたことはないかな。ワンワールドオーダー。
世界統一政府。
そう。僕はね、君たちを観察していて、渋谷がその実験場になりうるんじゃないかと思いついたんだ。カオスチャイルド症候群の症状とされている老人化現象は脳内活動の副産物に過ぎなくてね。より注目すべき点は彼らがそのことに気づかないということなんだよ。地震の際、例の光を受けた連中は激しいストレスから精神を守るために逃避行動に出た。現実とは異なる別の現実を生き始めた彼らは妄想シンクロによって自分たちに都合のいい渋谷を作り上げたんだ。そしてそれはそのまま僕の考えるワンワールドオーダーの縮図だった。 自分の身に降りかかっている老人化現象という不幸に気づこうともせず、自分は幸せなんだと錯覚し続ける善良な愚民たち。まさに理想的な非支配者階級の姿じゃないか。そこで僕はある実験を提案した。ワンワールドオーダーの箱庭実験さ。宮代くんに関しては懐疑的だった委員会もそれには大いに興味を示してきたよ。
箱庭実験。
ワンワールドオーダーにおける非支配者階級はどこまで善良な愚民のままでいられるのか。渋谷という箱庭でちょっとしたシミュレーションができると考えたんだ。と言ってもまあそんなに難しい話じゃない。要するに症候群者に対する新たなストレステストをしようと思ったわけ。彼らが妄想シンクロで作り上げた平穏な渋谷の生活に対してね、その平穏をかき乱すような事件を少しずつ起こしていく。そしてその事件がどのレベルまで達した時に彼らのストレス係数は限界になるのか。そして限界に達した症候群者たちは平穏を取り戻そうと再び新たな妄想シンクロを行うか否か。これをワンワールドオーダーの場合に当てはめるとこういうことになる。非支配者階級は支配者階級による弾圧や搾取といったストレスにどれだけ耐えられるのか、どれだけ善良な愚民のままでいられるのか。逆にどこまでストレスをかけると彼らは限界に達してしまうのか。そして限界に達した彼らは自分たちの幸福を取り戻そうと支配者階級に対して反乱を企てるか否か。とまあ僕はそんな実験をしようとしてたのさ。ところがいざ実験を始めようとして驚いたね。すでに僕の出番はなかった。ニュージェネの狂気の再来という猟奇殺人事件が発生し、渋谷は大騒ぎになった。宮代くんのお友達が次々と起こしてくれた事件は僕が計画していたものとはかなり違う形だったけど、それはそれで実に有意義だった。
Miyashiro's friend did the murders. What is he talking about? Miyashiro is the killer, right? I can see that Miyashiro's legs have stopped shaking. He stands tall, even in the face of that terrifying weapon. For a moment, I'm entranced by the sight.
症候群者たちは自分たちよりさらに惨めな人間、無残な姿で殺されたり殺人犯として追い立てられたり、そういう人間の姿を見て興奮し大喜びしていた。平穏な渋谷の生活がこれほどかき乱されているのにもかかわらずだよ、彼らの妄想シンクロにはほころび一つ発生しなかったんだ。なるほどと思ったよ。これはワンワールドオーダーの理論とも一致する。非支配者階級に反乱を起こすような勇気を持たせないためには、彼らより仮想に見える人間を餌として与えればいい。そうすれば彼らは自分たちが支配されていることにすら気づかないまま仮想階級をいたぶり、時にそれを正義だと声高に叫んで怒り、自己満足に浸る。喜ぶ、楽しむ。そうしておけば本当の支配者階級は安泰だ。いやはやまったく愚民っていうのは御しやすいとまあそんな風にね、僕はなかなかの成果を委員会に示すことができていたんだよ。なのにさ、
Wakui walks toward me with a terrifying look on his face. I try to take a step back without thinking, but Miyashiro suddenly grabs me by the arm.
僕から離れるな。
いや、離して。
今だけでいい。言うことを聞いてくれ。
No, no, I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
宮代君、君が全てを台無しにしてしまった。ギガロマニアックスの件もワンワールドオーダーの箱庭実験も、さっきも言ったけどね、君は早々に処分しなかったことを僕はひどく責められた。まさかあんなに序列を下げられるとはね。君のせいで僕は次の世界に残れないかもしれないんだよ、宮代君。
When I see the weapon in Wakui's hands for the first time, I realize that I could actually die.
もしかして殺されるの？殺されるの？
Death never actually seemed real to me. I've never even thought about it before. But now, it's right in front of me. The huge blades in Wakui's hand and the eerie light we give off are pulling me deeper and deeper into the terror.
納得できる答えを僕に与えてくれないか。どうして君は現実に戻ることを選んでしまったんだい。答えないのか。それなら。
Wakui looks at me.
今からでも引き戻してあげようか。
The ends of his blade point at me. Like the jaws of a shark, they open up to devour me. And a white light sparks between them as they get closer. There's a loud throbbing noise in my head. My whole field of vision suddenly shifts. I put my hand to the wall to try and steady myself, but it's not the wall, it's the floor. I fell to the ground. I hold my head. The pain is so bad that I can't feel anything else. One vision after another starts flowing inside my head. It feels like my head's being ripped open, like my memories are being forced to come back. What is this? Where is this? Who is this? No, I know the answers to all those questions. What? I know. That can't be true. Wait, it must be true. I'm sure I've seen them before. No, I've never seen them before in my life. I clutch my head in my hands, fraught with confusion. I curl up into a ball and moan. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if these visions are real or not. I don't know anything.
やめろ
I see Miyashiro try to stand between me and Wakui, only to get slammed backward. He smashes into the floor, hard.
邪魔しないでもらえるかな。君には何もできないんだから。 今頃後悔しても遅いよ。ギガロマニアックスの力を放棄しなければ僕を殺せたかもしれないのに。
Miyashiro, why? Why is he trying to save me?
おのえ、大丈夫か？
For a moment, I can't speak, but I managed to summon the strength to look at him and nod. When I heard him call me Onoe, it felt like it overlapped with a memory that made me want to cry.
これは。
Wakui is frowning at Miyashiro as he holds the huge blade in his hand.
予想以上に硬いな、彼女は。これだけのことをできる力があったっていうのに、君はどうして？
それが僕があいつにできる唯一の償いだから。
At some point, I forgot about the pain in my head. I can't take my eyes off Miyashiro.
僕たちは一緒にいたら何も変わることができない。離れたからこそ僕もあいつももう間違えない。そうじゃないとまた繰り返してしまう。
繰り返せばいいじゃないか。それのどこが悪い？
Miyashiro is crawling on the ground, but he looks up at his enemy with his eyes that would never give in to anyone.
男が好きな子にすがりついて生きてくなんてできるわけないだろ。
それが理由かい。
Even as Wakui looks at him with a wry smile, Miyashiro doesn't flinch at all. There is no sign of shame in his eyes.
そんな理由で悪いか。神様気取りのあんたたちには人の気持ちが理解できないだけだろ。なら試してみろよ。
試す？
僕のことなんて殺そうと思えばいつでも殺せるんだろ。だったらもう少し僕を試してみたらどうだ。あんたの言うことが正しいんならいつか僕は戻ってしまうだろう。でも僕が正しければ戻ることは絶対にない。それを試してみたらどうだ。
Miyashiro stands up slowly, without anyone's help.
そんな口車に僕が乗るとでも？
乗るさ。だってあんたは序列とやらを元に戻したいんだろ。次の世界で生き残るためにみっともなく委員会にしがみついて。だったらあんたを失墜させた僕という本当のイレギュラーを観測し続ければいい。もしも僕がギガロマニアックスに戻ってしまったらあんたにいくらでも協力してやる。あんたの成果にすればいい。
自分をかけて僕とゲームをしようっていうのかい？
ああ。元からこれはクソったれなゲームだったんだからな。もちろん僕は負ける気なんてない。最後の1秒まであがいてやる。
宮代くん、君って面白いね。
All of a sudden, Wakui vanishes, leaving behind only the eerie light of his blade seared into our eyes.
了解した。そのゲーム受けて立つことにしよう。それじゃ今からスタートだ、宮代くん。
I hear a voice from somewhere. It feels like it's resounding directly inside my head. And then everything goes quiet.
おい、宮代。
Suddenly, Kunosato stands back, just as quickly as she had disappeared. It's like she never left.
大丈夫ですか？
Yeah, is all she says. She's biting her lip, probably frustrated at how much stronger her opponent was.
涌井はどうした？
とりあえず口車に乗ってくれました。しばらくは大丈夫だと思います。それより
Miyashiro points to the PC, and Kunosato-san leaps toward it.
例の画像は無事だが、くそ。やられた。委員会に関するデータが。
おい、大丈夫か？
え
え。いきなり中に入れなくなった。一体何があったんだ？
The sound of fingers on a keyboard echo off the walls. Kunosato-san grimaces.
重要なハードディスクだけ物理的に破壊していった。これでは復旧もできない。涌井め。
涌井がいたのか？
Miyashiro nods.
詳しいことは後で話します。先に目的を済ませましょう。久野里さん、さっきのデジカメ、動画も撮れますよね。
お前、ここで犯行声明の映像を撮る気か？
はい。涌井は、委員会はもうここには現れません。一刻も早く、カオスチャイルド症候群に関することは終わりにしたいんです。
Kunosato-san bites her lip once more and lets out a little sigh.
新庄さん、こいつの言う通りにしてやろう。脳内スキャン装置を運び出す手はずを整えてくれ。あれを調べれば手がかりくらいは残っているかもしれない。
ああ。
The detective seems a little dissatisfied, but he must have been used to being talked to like that because he goes to the other room. Miyashiro is looking at me. I tried to tell him about all the fragments of memories I've seen, but just as I open my mouth, he motions for me to stop.
尾上さん。
何？
案内ありがとう。怖い目に遭わせちゃってごめん。もう大丈夫だから。
そんなこと。
I don't care about that, but these memories.
ここからは僕たちの仕事だ。だから。
Miyashiro looks toward the exit. You can't go, he seems to say. No, that's not what he's really saying. Go home, his eyes tell me. I have to ask. I have to find out for sure. But my lips won't move. The words won't come out. Why? Why am I?
宮代、やるぞ。
はい。
Miyashiro turns around and begins to ignore me. He follows Kunosato-san's instructions and puts a chair up against a wall.
何を喋ったらより注目を集めますかね。
知るか。お前が起こしたことになっている事件だろ。
それらしいことを言っておけ。
Supposedly, my headache almost went away when Wakui disappeared, but it's starting to get a little stronger once again. My head is throbbing with pain, and for some reason, the pain is eating into my heart.
ならこの世界を恨んだり憎んだりしてみましょうか。
妥当なところだな。それでいこう。
The two of them have completely stopped paying any attention to me. I stagger toward the exit as if trying to escape from the headache. I turn back before I go up the stairs, but no one is looking at me. Miyashiro isn't looking at me either. I leave the basement without saying a word.
僕がこの事件を起こしたのは僕のせいではありません。この社会そのものが害悪に満ちているからです。
I can hear him speaking into the camera below. I'm getting further and further away. I'm staggering constantly, like I'm in a waking dream. But I've succeeded in my goal. Kurusu-san will wake up now, and then I'll be able to ask her about me. Me? Why am I going to ask her about myself again? Everything feels so hazy. I can't remember. Well, it doesn't matter. I should just do what Miyashiro said and go back home. My head hurts. I'm probably just not feeling well. I need to go home and rest.
私の家ってどこだっけ？ああ、そっか。横浜だよ。
Why I came here, what happened when I did, and even how I feel right now. I don't know any of it anymore. I'm walking through town. It's probably the slowest I've ever walked in my life. As the sun starts to set on the city, I keep having trouble walking forward, but I can't stop. I realize that I'm not supposed to be here, so I force myself to keep going. For some reason, once I get away from Miyashiro, my headache stopped. It's as if his very existence itself was the cause of it.
あ、そうか。今日って。
I look at all the happy girls and remember February 14th, Valentine's Day, the day when girls tell boys they like them.
私、あんたみたいなやつ、大嫌い。
I wasn't really thinking about it when I said that. It's not often that you tell someone to their face that you don't like them. The way to say what I would like to say will occur to me after you're gone. Is that a line from a movie? Who did I go see it with? I laugh, even though I think it's stupid. The current me is happy now. I bet the old me was just a total jerk, wasn't happy at all. But I've forgotten all about that now. I've forgotten all about that, and I can be happy. That's right. I'm happy now. That's why I have to laugh.
ねえ、セリカ。あなたはどこへ行く気なの？
I ask myself that, but I don't answer it. I just keep walking. I'm walking in a crowd full of people. As I walk, I stop being able to figure out how much of the world is real. All those nightmarish things that just happened. All these people are just casually walking around, blissfully unaware of it all. Of all of it. Which world is real? It has to be this one. The big TVs are playing wonderful music, and there's a delicious smell coming from the crepe stand. This is the right world, the fun world. It has to be this one. But I know that this one is fake, and yet I pretend I don't. I just keep smiling and walking. I'm a liar. Someone who's honest with themselves, like maybe a kid or something, might have gone back to that basement. Because this town, this place, it should be so much fun. But it feels so awful. I can't find the place where I belong, but I can't go back to that basement either, because I'm not a kid anymore. Not anymore. I'm a grown-up who lies to herself. Suddenly, a scene from that nightmare comes back to my mind. The fragments of memories I saw there, they're scattered about like pieces of a puzzle, and they're eating away at me. And beyond them, I remember a tiny little feeling.
これどうにかしてよね。
There's probably no way to get it back. I finally realize that no matter who I ask, that's the one thing they'll never tell me. The memories and that feeling keep spinning around inside of me. I want to go back there, but I can't. I keep walking with nowhere to go. And eventually, I find myself in front of a building near the station. It's been 30 minutes since the sun set.
なんだっけ光を
I look up at the tall building. I can't tell how many floors it has. I can't remember ever going in there, but my body goes inside without hesitation. I step out of the elevator and see a pretty theater. I can see a poster for a musical on the wall. There's a picture on it that I've seen somewhere before. The soiree is just about to start. Soiree, a term used in the theater industry that refers to a performance being held in the evening. A daytime performance is called a matinee and usually has a discount. Usually. I stand in line to buy a ticket. Luckily, there's a seat open near the front of the house. I buy my ticket and bury myself in the waves of people going into the theater.
ここ確か
What the? Something strange. I thought I had never been here before, but it feels familiar. I've come here before. I walk up the stairs through the crowd and open the door to the theater. And when I step inside, I hear a sound like something bursting within me. Something snaps inside my head. I walk toward my seat. I slowly weave my way through the other audience members, going down the steps of the corridor. The curtain is lowered, and on it is a projection with the name of the musical and an illustration. But what I'm seeing is an empty theater, like a sky with no clouds. An empty stage lit up by bright lights. I sit in my seat, and after a while, the buzzer rings and the curtain comes up. The orchestra plays a low sound that echoes in the pit of my stomach, and the cast comes up on stage. But my mind is still seeing the same thing. It's still perceiving an empty stage.
ここで私は
On stage, the actors start to act out rowing a boat. They're creating a delusional world on the stage, filled with things that don't exist in the real one. But I'm seeing a different world. It's the world I lived in before. The musical keeps going, but the empty stage that only I perceive doesn't change. My memories throb and ache. My emotions feel like they're about to overflow. I've done something here with someone. The sorrow I felt when I talked with them is filling my heart. The pain I felt in my throat when I screamed at them is coming back to me. It hurts to breathe. I'm gasping for air like I'm underwater. The actors sing, their voices riding on the powerful music. It's a song the heroes sing to inspire themselves and the people before they go off to fight the revolution. The people of this delusional world all line up and yell, "Come along and join us." And then it happens. I see someone on the empty stage. They're holding something up high in their hands. I can see that it's a sword, gleaming with a dull shine. It's a tool for battle.
それが僕があいつにできる唯一の償いだから。僕たちは一緒にいたら何も変わることができない。離れたからこそ僕もあいつももう間違えない。男が好きな子にすがりついて生きてくなんてできるわけないだろ。
I'm crying. These are the same tears I felt on my cheek when I woke up this morning. I quickly wipe them away with the back of my hand. But they don't stop. I keep wiping them away, but they just won't stop coming. It's no good. They won't stop. I can't stop them. I bury my face in my hands.
「後悔なんてしないよ。僕は自分のしたことに悔いはない。満足してるんだ。
このクズ。続きずっと隣にいたって誰？
親友だよ。
親友なんていたんだね。あんなひどい殺人を犯すようなあんたにも。あんたの親友って同じように症候群者だったの？今何をしてるの？
いや、普通の人だった。もう亡くなったよ。彼女はこの世界のどこにもいない。
The play ends, and the audience gives a standing ovation. The actors stand on the stage and bow. Alone, I wipe away my tears. I sit there for a long time, unable to get up. No one else can see the blurry world that I perceive. I look up to stop the tears from falling. And the lights on the stage shine down on me like a spotlight.
記憶の風に吹かれて涙がこぼれても決して立ち止まらないで新しい道へ生まれたての雨のように透明な心で確かな
8 months later.
次の検査は来週の同じ時間になりますので、お大事に。
はい、ありがとうございました。
As she bows to the nurse, who she has come to know quite well, Minamisawa Senri, the girl who was once Kurusu Nono, checks the time. It's almost noon. The exams are getting shorter and shorter. They hadn't even given her any drugs today. That probably means she's getting better.
姉さん。
Yamazoe Uki, whose exam was evidently as short as hers, comes down from the psychiatric ward on the 5th floor. When she sees Senri, she runs over to her.
姉さんも今日は終わり？コーラ、病院内は走らない。はい、ごめんなさい。
Senri feels herself smile as she watches her little sister walk fast, but not run, toward the front desk. Her little sister struggled with her physical therapy before, but now she can walk and run like a normal girl. She wants to be a nurse, just like Senri. A job Senri knows will be perfect for her.
じゃあ行こっか。思ったより早かったからみんなをランチに誘ってみる？来てくれると思うわ。
Uki suddenly seems to remember something and stops.
忘れ物？その。
Uki is choosing her words carefully as she looks at the elevator that just came down.
いいの？姉さん。
Senri puts her hand on her little sister's head.
ちゃんと挨拶は済ませたでしょ？それでもう十分。それに最近は警備が厳重で誰も近寄れないわ。でもだからいいのよ、ウキ。そうしちゃダメなんだからね。
After a second, her little sister nods, and Senri smiles in return.
定期検診お疲れ様です。お疲れ様です。
When she contacted them on her phone, Senri found that Arimura Hinae and Kazuki Hana had both been waiting for her call all morning. The four of them then met in front of Shibuya Station and started walking together. It's been a long time since the four of them have gone through the city together like this. They see each other at the hospital quite often, but their exams and physical therapy are all at different times, which makes it difficult to schedule anything. But today is a special day. Even if they didn't say anything, they all knew they were going to meet for it.
今日、ユウは？ユウとなら学校のお友達と図書館へ行ったわ。うわ、せっかくの休みに図書館とか。末恐ろしいなあ、おい。ユウは将来弁護士になるって張り切ってるから。ほへえ、弁護士？子供の夢にしちゃずいぶん。って、あ
Oh, so that's it, Hinae almost says, but she stops herself. Both Hana and Hinae immediately understood the meaning of Tachibana Yuta's childlike dream, as well as the fact that it might even come true. And Yuto definitely knows what day it is, too. That is almost certainly why he went to the library with his friends, just like how the four girls gathered together. An indescribable sadness is threatening to build up between them.
おっといけね
It's Arimira's loud voice that breaks the silence.
え皆の衆のんびりしてるとどの店も満席になっちまいますぜ。
そうね。どこで食べる？
超お腹空いてるのでいつものカフェでいいと思います。どうみんな。
うん、それでいい。私もそこで。
じゃあそうしましょうか。
はーい。ではお姉さんについてきてください。
Hinae raises one hand up like a tour guide, wraps the other around Hana's. The two of them have been hanging out together a lot recently, and then plunges into the crowd. There are no Chaos Child Syndrome patients to be seen. 8 months before this, over 80% of the Chaos Child Syndrome patients in Shibuya all fell unconscious at once. They were all quickly split up and taken to nearby hospitals. The hospitals were overflowing with patients. It was almost like the earthquake 6 years before. No, 7 years now. Even the patients who had escaped the initial wave quickly fell unconscious as well, and were also taken to hospitals. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Several people were injured when they had fallen, but none of them fell badly. And several days later, the patients began to wake up, almost all of them in a state of extreme panic. They couldn't believe what they actually looked like. Senri, Hinae, and the others woke up at the same time and were all terribly confused. But they didn't panic like the others did. They quickly realized that he was involved and that he had done this for everyone's sake. And so, all the patients returned to a more normal world, to a harsh reality.
南沢先輩、列から離れないでくださいよ。置いていっちゃいますよ。
ごめんなさい。
Senri realizes that, as she was reflecting on the past, she had stopped walking. She quickly runs to catch up with the others. Naturally, Senri had no idea what had transpired during her coma. But right after she woke up, Takeru told her himself. Kunosato and Shinjo let her meet him in a special hospital room. He also told her about Sarika's true nature and the truth behind the return of the new generation madness. Wakui, the committee, the Chaos Child Syndrome, too. He told her everything. And lastly, he told her the truth about Sakuma, the father she believed in. And there was something that she, Kurusu no, or rather, Minamisawa Senri, had to tell him, too. Now that she didn't look like Kurusu no anymore, there was no way she could keep up the lie. She had had trouble working up the courage before she went into Takeru's room. She had hesitated so many times and almost thought about not meeting him at all. But it had been the other girls from her room that scolded her and urged her on. She had been the last to wake up because of the wound in her chest, and by the time she did, Uki, Hinae, and Hana had already seen the real her, and everyone had forgiven her without saying a word. But when she had hesitated about meeting Takeru, they all got quite upset with her. Can't you trust him? They asked her. Is he the kind of guy to not forgive you? And that had been enough for her to decide. After she told him everything, Takeru laughed gently.
バカだな。もっと早く話してくれればよかったのに。
Every time she remembered what he had said back then, she felt like she would start to cry. Senri had given up the name and body of Kurusu Nono and went back to being her original self. She was forced into 6 months of physical therapy, not just because of the syndrome, but the stab wound as well. But at last, after all that, she was capable of going outside on her own. She then went back to Hekiho Academy, which was now just a normal private school, and started truly living the life of a normal student, along with the others.
ああ、ごめんなさい。何？
検査どうでしたか？
いつも通りね。でも、もう薬も処方されてないし、そろそろ治療もおしまいかしら。和樹の方は？
うん。私もそうかも。
Kazuki looks up at the blue sky as she speaks. She had been lying to everyone, too, and just like Senri, she was reluctant to admit it, and Hinae scolded her, too. When she opened up to Takeru about her lie, he forgave her like it was nothing. Even after losing her power, Hana still doesn't talk a lot, but she's trying her best. She believes she owes it to Takeru to do so.
その声、みんなにもっと聞かせてあげるといいよ。友達も増えるんじゃないかな。
Shibuya is filled with people enjoying their day off, and Senri and the others are all living the same lives that everyone else is, except for one person, the boy who used to be at their center. They only bring it up during a small silence after they finish eating lunch at the usual cafe. At first, no one wants to discuss it, but at about the same time Senri gets tired of watching the ice melt in her iced tea, Hinae opens her mouth to speak.
見ましたか？
She points to the phone in her hand. It's displaying a tabloid site. The article is about Takeru. Miyashiro Takeru, the boy responsible for the serial killings in Shibuya, has been being kept at AH Tokyo General Hospital to aid in research on the Chaos Child Syndrome. And now that the research is mostly finished, he is finally being sent to a detention house for the real interrogations to begin. Even if he is a minor, in light of the effect his way less than minor crimes had on society, there's no chance he'll be getting out anytime soon. So the article says, completely in a sensational and exaggerated tone.
こういうのどこで調べるのかしらね、マスコミって。
Most of what the article says is right, and Shinjo told them that the day Takeru will be transferred is today. They were able to say goodbye earlier. Shinjo had set it up.
本当に最後まであの子は。
The final time they met, Takeru asked them a favor. It involved Onoe Sarika. Stay away from her unless she comes to you. But if she does come to you, please forgive her and treat her like a normal friend. And never tell her about her past or mine. He insisted on these 3 things until the very end. Sarika has never approached them. Kunosato told them that she lives in Yokohama and is attending Hekiho Academy from there, but they haven't heard anything else.
今何してるのかな？
何してるのかしらね。
さあ。
No one knows for sure if Uki's question is about Takeru, Sarika, Or maybe both of them.
そろそろ行きましょうか。
When she stands up to leave, Senri realizes, oh, I think I understand now. Maybe she's asking about us. What are we going to do now? Senri then remembers that Takeru had a spot in the cafe where he always sat. She finds herself looking at it and almost starts crying again. The four of them leave the cafe and slowly head for the station. They plan to split up and go home from there. None of them are looking at their phones, and yet their heads all hang far lower than normal, but no one among them notices. Just before the light turns green, Senri realizes that they are completely buried in the people surrounding them. Her mouth opens on its own.
映画でも見ていきましょうか。
The other three look up in surprise. Their mouths fall open in shock. They seem to have been caught completely off guard.
このまま帰ってもまだ早いし。
She's right. The sun hasn't even begun to set yet. Hinae suddenly starts to tear at her hair.
ダメだ。今日はこんな空気にならないようにしようと思ってきたのに。
Her twin tail spun angrily.
そんなこと考えてたんだ。
そうじゃなきゃ彼氏でもないあんたと手つないだりとかしないって。
最近よくつないでくるくせに。
知らん。誰だそれは。
はいはい。じゃあ付き合ってくれるのね、映画。
バチコイ。
Hinae claps her hands together and then spreads her arms as if to give Senri a big hug.
ウキはこの後予定ないでしょ。
でも
Uki makes the same face she made at the hospital. Let's go back to the hospital after all. It's almost time, isn't it? That's what Uki seems to say. Senri knows that Uki is worried about her, but that's when she smiles back, silently.
ありがとう。でも行くならやっぱり映画にしましょうね。
Because she knows that if she does see Takeru again, she'll grab onto him and break down in tears. She doesn't think she has it in her to control herself. And she doesn't want to let her little brother see her like that. She's never going to let him worry about her again. And that's why...
できれば楽しい映画がいいな。タクルに手紙を書きたいの。みんなで楽しい映画を見たわよって。
私も書く。お手紙毎日書く。
毎日？これは負けていられないわね。
おお、ブラコン姉妹ですな。
Hinae tries to tease them, but they both look back at her and speak in unison. Senri mischievously and Uki extremely seriously.
いけない？自慢の弟なの。
自慢の兄です。
お。
Hinae staggers back in an exaggerated astonishment, and Senri gives her a pat to move her along.
ほら早く置いていくわよ。
Senri goes to the front and starts walking. Unlike a moment ago, she's standing tall, ready to face whatever fate has in store for her. Uki goes after, her footsteps steady and firm as well. The remaining two look at each other for a moment, and then they start laughing and run to catch up to the sisters.
待ってくださいよ先輩ウキー。映画ならおすすめのあるんですけど。花のおすすめはいつもバカ映画すぎて話になんない。
That's strange. There should be data in here.
おい、勝手に触るなと何度も言ってるだろう。
The door opens and an angry woman comes inside. It's Kunosato-san.
すいません。
あいつらの結果ならいつも通りクリーンだ。今のところ再発の恐れはない。
I give a small sigh of relief when I hear that. Good. The treatment seems to be working well.
それで、いつまで千里たちの検査って続くんですか？
お前、これから連れて行かれるときに人の心配なんて。まあいい。そういうやつだったな、お前は。
Kunosato-san sighs in resignation.
今あいつらに行っているのは染色体に異常が見られないかどうかの検査だけだ。まあ健康診断みたいなものだが、少なくとも老化の原因が完全に突き止められるまでは検査は続ける。今は週に1回だが、検査回数は徐々に減らしていく予定だ。
いつ頃から減らしていけるんです？
I don't know, Kunosato-san says. From the way she's talking, she isn't lying. She really doesn't know. My role in researching and curing Chaos Child Syndrome had mostly come to an end after I created that image. All that's left is for Kunosato-san and the scientist helping her to figure out the scientific cause. But they seem to be having a hard time figuring out what causes the artificial aging process. As for what they do know, there are structures called telomeres at the ends of a chromosome which are related to the aging process. The last tip. Telomere, a repeated set of base pairs located at the ends of a chromosome. It has been confirmed that telomeres get shorter with each cell division, and since telomere shortening has been observed in patients suffering from accelerated aging disorders, it is believed that they are deeply connected with cellular aging, and thus with the aging of the entire body. There are signs that the Chaos Child Syndrome patients are artificially creating them inside their bodies. These false telomeres shorten at a greatly accelerated rate that drastically restrict the number of times a cell can divide. The hypothesis is that the
Stream
brain
elements
recognizes these artificial
said,
telomeres as real
"Stay moist, my
and
friends,
initiates
hydrate."
the aging process, but much of that is still in the realm of hypothesis, and Kunosato-san herself doesn't seem satisfied with the explanation at all. But whatever the underlying principle is, when I asked her what had happened, she shrugged and said this.
精神や肉体がこう勘違いしているせいじゃないか。妄想の世界で生きるということは新しい自分に生まれ変わることだとな。
そうか。精神的な勘違いだけじゃなく、肉体的にも勘違いをしたんだ。
The phenomenon where these mistakes, or errors, would occur along the chromosome has been known in the medical world for a long time. That's right, it's the same mechanism as cancer. In other words, former Chaos Child Syndrome patients are at a high risk of developing that disease. Senri and the others will probably keep getting exams to look for those errors in their cells, all without knowing why. And according to Kunosato-san, she has no idea when those exams might end. They might go on forever.
実はお前に関して興味深いことがあるんだが。
Kunosato-san stares at me as if trying to peer into the bottom of my soul.
これから先、かなり長い間、お前はインターネットにアクセスできなくなる。生まれて初めてのことじゃないか。
Yeah, come to think of it, she is right. The internet already existed when I was born, and by the time I hit puberty, it was everywhere.
情報強者を辞任していたお前が、その最大の手段を失い、情報の規制を受ける。場合によっては、情報から遮断されるかもしれない。そういう生活が当然となったとき、お前の思考回路は、それまでとどう変化するんだろうな。
A while ago, I might have panicked just thinking about it, but strangely, I don't feel like I will right now.
激しい情報の波にさらされていたお前と、波の全くない静かな海に漂うお前。精神的にどう変化するか楽しみだよ。
前に約束しましたから、実験台にしていいですよ。
ああ、そうだったな。
伊藤のやつは症候群だけでなく、脳の方も随分回復してきたそうですね。助かりました。
助かったのは医学的な面だ。法的なことは知らんぞ。
Shinjo-san told me that Ito will be prosecuted, but in the end, he'll probably be given treatment at a medical faculty for minors. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm relieved to know that he'll eventually go free. Remembering Yui makes my heart ache, but what happened to her isn't his fault.
久野里さんはこれからどうするつもりです？
I remember something I want to ask before I leave this place. Kunosato-san's eyebrows raise in surprise.
委員会への復習を続けるつもりですか？
当然だ。涌井が言った通り、私は踊り続けるさ。
And then, I see a little smile form around her mouth.
そうか。なるほど。もしかしたらお前とは長い付き合いになるかもしれんな。涌井はお前のことを観測し続ける。そう言ったんだろ。
ええ。
この先お前が自分に降りかかってくる状況に絶望し、あるいは恐怖し、再びギガロマニアックスとしての力を取り返してしまうか否か。それが奴とのゲームというわけだ。
え
え。だったらお前は生かされ続ける。私もお前の観測を続けよう。奴の尻尾をつかむためにな。
いいか？
There's a knock at the door, and I hear a voice I know well. Shinjo-san comes in with a serious look on his face. He's looking at me, seemingly uncertain as to what to say. I wait, motionless, until finally he sighs. Shinjo-san says the words.
時間だ。
はい。
I slowly stand up from the chair. Shinjo-san knows the truth, but still accepted my decision. I can be nothing but grateful for that. I know how hard that has to be for a detective.
今までありがとうございました。苦労かけました。
I bow deeply.
いや、君に比べたらどうということはないさ。
He puts his hand on my shoulder. It's big and strong. If I had an older brother, would he have been like this?
俺の方こそありがとう。
There's another detective on the other side of the door, ready to take me to the transport. The rest of the world still doesn't really know what I look like now that I've recovered from Chaos Child Syndrome. It's Shinjo-san who convinced the others that I would stand out less if they didn't put handcuffs on me and try to hide my face. Thanks to that, I'll be able to walk outside as a normal high school kid one last time. I bow one last time to Shinjo-san and then turn to Kunosato-san.
みんなのことよろしく頼みます。
あ、またな。
Kunosato-san nods weakly, and I nod back. And then I head for the exit.
ああ、宮代。
I stop and turn back around.
危うく聞き忘れるところだった。取り立てて重要なことではないんだが。彼女の名前と年齢だ。なぜ彼女は尾上セリカだったんだ。年齢に意味はあったのか。
That's actually something I also thought about for a long time, ever since we parted ways. It was the first step of a very big mistake. But when I finally found the answer, I bursted out laughing.
名前は僕の両親の名前をローマ字書きしたアナグラムでした。
Miyashiro Sanio Miyashiro Eriko.
本当の親に求めるようなことを僕は彼女に求めていたんでしょうね。だからそんな名前にしたんだと思います。
でも親の役割を彼女に求めたのなら年上に設定するはずだろ。
そんな風に親を求めている自分を認めたくなかったんです。だから彼女は年上ではいけなかった。僕が守るべき年下の女の子でなければいけなかった。子供ながらにつまらないプライドですね。今考えると本当に愚かでした。
そうか。
For a second there, I thought I caught a glimpse of gentleness in her expression.
でもお前はちゃんと彼女を守った。今はもう愚かじゃないさ。
I smile back at her and turn away. I take longer steps than usual so my resolve won't waver. And then I step out the door. It's been forever since I've actually been outside. The weather is beautiful. I'm so used to the darkness that the strong sunlight stings my eyes. The wind is a little cold, but it feels good. It swirls past me, almost as if it's purifying my whole body. I was initially surprised not to see any reporters or onlookers around, but I later learned that Kei-san, aka Kunosato-san, had given the media and internet false information to keep them away. I walk for a while until I see a black car stopped on the side of the road. It's probably the transport. I feel a sense of deja vu and stop to look around. And then I remember.
そうか。
This is the corner of AH Tokyo General Hospital. 6 years ago, during the earthquake, it was an evacuation shelter. The detective sees that I've stopped and asks me what's wrong. But there are too many feelings inside me to explain. That's right. This is where I created her. I stand there, frozen in silent shock. Nearby, in the bright sunlight, standing only a few seconds away if I were to run. Was her. The girl I thought for sure I would never meet again. She is looking at me as if uncertain whether to smile, be angry, or cry. There's a girl next to her that I don't know, about the same age. Why?
なんでここに
I can't look away. I can't move. We're so close, but we're staring at each other from a distance that can never be crossed. The detective tells me to start walking, but I can't respond to him. I suddenly realize that my fists are clenched.
セリカ？
何？
I hear a pretty voice. The soft wind seems to be carrying it to me.
どうしたのいきなり。誰あれ？知ってる人？
I don't know what feelings are being exchanged between us, but I can see tears forming in her eyes.
知らない人。
And the tears fall without a sound. She's smiling. The girl next to her must be her friend. She wipes away her tears and smiles so that her friend won't see them. She then turns around and starts walking away from me. Time starts to move again, and a smile forms on my face as well.
僕も君なんて知らない。
The sunlight continues to sting at my eyes as I look up at the crystal clear blue sky. The reason I'm looking up is so the tears in my eyes won't fall to the ground. I'm crying tears of joy. That's what I believe. That's what I have to believe. All of this is for the best.
すいません。行きましょう。
I say that to the detective, and then I start to walk. I don't look at her as she gets further away. We will never meet again. Our paths will never cross again. And that is how we will live our lives together. And that is the silent sky, the true end. And that is also the end of Chaos Child, period. I have gotten all the achievements, I have perfected the game, we've seen all the endings, and that is the end of Chaos Child. So we will take a minute or so interlude here as I get ready to switch over to the other game, since we still have about 4 hours or so left. Here's hoping it still works. I think I got it working, but knowing my luck, it might just start crashing again as soon as I try again. So we'll see. We'll see. BRB, guys.